Loneliness is the coat you wear, a deep shade of blue is always there. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love, baby. Emptiness is the place you're in, with nothing to lose, but no more to win. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love, lonely without you, babe.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. White boys, comic book reader. Don't buy my book. Don't buy my book. I literally can't even think. We can have a little conference on that. Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Comic book reader. Comic book reader. May I curse? White boys, don't read them. We're very worried about comics right now. Independent comic sales are down. Mainstream comic sales are down. Everything in the mid-list is way down. You don't make a lot of money that way. There is nothing inherently masculine of heroism. There's nothing inherently masculine heroism. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. Magic! Going into the red on singles and not coming out until the trades. Stores are closing. You don't make a lot of money that way. So don't. Comics are booming.
I already know what it is. I'm going to be clear. What was it talking about? So, okay. Just watch her doing shit. Fucking badass. Get some fucking. Shut up! Oh my god! Wait, shut up! You know some man rules, for God's sake. I'm talking to the lady. I don't care. Shut up! You had weapons? Badass. So fucking cool. Please shut up. Men's voices, rock hard abs and a big cock. Giant cock. Don't ruin my fantasy. I know everything. Shut up! I'd marry her on a goddamn garbage heap. Oh god! Fuck! Wait! Oh my god! Wait! Oh, she's not Jew. She's not Jew. I have porn. Oh. I've been through fucking hell. I know. Pervaded your piracy. Shut up! I don't care. I just want to see the kind of jeans you're wearing. People, what is this thing called sex? And I gotta try it. Sure, you were molested. You're probably. Gosh, man. Her doing shit. I feel like you're a little creeped out by me. Shut up! They're gingers. They're weak. thirsty for a fucking thing. I can't get to the gun. I just want to suck a dick. You're Whoopi Goldberg. Thirsty. Because I haven't had sex in years.
I'm sick of all these witches and warlocks. You're full of shit. Pumpkin possums, I'm sick of it.
You keep interrupting me.
And all of it's lies. Because you're lying. That's why. Oh, there's energy and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you were day one. I know what you are now. Witches and warlocks, you're full of shit. Pumpkin possums, I'm sick of it.
You keep interrupting me.
And all of it's lies. Because you're lying. That's why every goddamn thing out of your people's mouths doesn't come true. You said it was all over. You told us the stuff. You. Oh, God. Witches and warlocks, you're full of shit. Pumpkin possums, I'm sick of it.
You keep interrupting me.
And all of it's lies. Because you're lying. That's why witches and warlocks, you're full of shit. Pumpkin possums, I'm sick of it.
You keep interrupting me.
And all of it's lies. Because you're lying. That's why. Because every god thing. System, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot, then the goblins are hobbling round, coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
I won't be coming home, I won't be going anywhere. I will guard this post forever. Here on the Alpine slope, where I did my final stand, I shall remain among the ice and snow that binds me to this mountain. A force of nature too strong, sent from above, where spirits lead the way, the winds will never fade. White Friday, I'll take the stairway to heaven. I'm sky high,
Hello, anyone there? Hello, what's up, Brian? How you doing? You're live with me right here on Comic Artist Pro Secrets on a beautiful Saturday evening. What are your spirits like right now?
You know what? I'm doing pretty good, Ethan. We had a tragedy in our household, but I'm trying to get distracted by doing things like coming on your show and just getting out there, talking to friends. So we'll get through it.
Well, I'm just going to make it worse, Brian. I don't think that I'm going to cheer you up here. This is going to be far more traumatic than almost anything you've experienced in your entire life. But at the same time, Brian, you're going to come away from this a stronger, better man with a vision on to see the future. That's who you're going to be tonight.
Awesome.
And we're going to make that happen. So, Brian, let's say hi to the chat and everybody here. Brian, by the way, Brian is also known as Dojo Kun. For those of you who don't know, did I pronounce that right? I'd hate to mispronounce the third syllable of your name incorrectly, considering, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. Yeah, you got to be careful with that one.
Yes, indeed. But I got it right, of course,
Yes, you
right?
did.
I mean, okay, so Dojo Kun, of course, the creator of an incredible comic book that all of you are thinking about backing. And tonight we're going to convince you to do that. This is called Projectile Reptile. And this guy is going to fling shit. You want listen right now, Brian, speaking of sensitive topics, Reptile's not exactly on the Van Sciver family's top 10 favorite subject matters at this moment. Do you know why?
Because they're adverse to amphibians?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. But the other reason is, so I'm downstairs. Hunter came over to borrow the van. Hunter comes over and goes, Dad, like, if you'll lend me the van, I'll be able to go like haul scrap metal away from the, away from the dealership, the garage where he works.
Okay.
They let him have the scrap, and they're like, listen, if you can get rid of it. So he needs to sell it. So he goes out and sells it, makes a couple $100, whatever it is. So he asked to borrow the van to fill up the van with scrap metal. Yeah, he borrows the van. He comes back and everything, comes down, hangs out, chats. We have a little watermelon vodka drink together. We're just, I'm enjoying seeing my son. He's got a new girlfriend. He's out all the time. I don't get to see him as much as I used to. This girl's working out. She's pretty cool.
Okay.
So anyway, he goes, Dad. He goes, he calls me up. I'm down in the basement. He calls me up, Dad. You're not going to believe this, Dad. There's a snake on your porch. And I go, oh no. Now I'm thinking, I know what kind of snake it is. By the way, Alpha Suma, thanks for $20. He says for your Cobra issue. You already know. Thank you for that. I appreciate the $20. H for Heretic says, I always enjoy the SJW Cope when you're about to fulfill a campaign. I can't wait to post pics of Wave 1. The meltdown will be epic. Vicky, laughing face Cope. Oh my God, we'll get to that too. We got a lot to talk about tonight and good subject matter, Brian. Are you ready to talk about Disney? Are you ready to talk about Indiana Jones 5? Are you ready to talk about James Gunn? Are you ready to talk about various and sundry pedophiles, perverts, and weirdos?
All the disasters. Yep, bring it, Ethan.
Okay, so here's this is what happened. I took my phone out. I'm running right out my door. Bruh.
Dude, look at this.
Where? Dude! You can't see it yet. There it is. Look at that. Yo, he lives in the stairs. Andrew's gonna flip out. 7-foot black rat snake. Yo.
Oh, jeez.
That's its tail. I caught like the tip of its tail. And as it was going in there. This is the kind of snake that when you were a little kid. Where's he going? Is he coming out? He's not coming out. You know what's down there? Toads.
Oh. No
Yeah,
wonder
so we
it
bought.
doesn't. Yeah, he's not welcome at your home.
Well, I mean, that's where all the toads live, and he went down there. I'm sure he's eating all the toads, which is what he does. I mean, that's natural. I'd rather he eat rats and mice and maybe a turkey. If he wants to eat this Tom turkey still in front of my fucking house, he could do
Wow,
that.
You've got quite the zoo going on there.
It's the National Geographic World of Animals right outside of my house. It's crazy right now. I went outside barefoot to get the mail, and there were 3 Tom turkeys that were like, "What are you going to do?" I'm like, "Test me. Any 3 of you. I'll take all 3 of you turkeys on at once."
I had a wild turkey attack my car one time. That was bizarre.
Oh no, this one did that to Andrea yesterday. The same turkey. I made a video that seemed to it's gone viral. Like I made this little turkey video, and It did really well. It got better views than like my Disney videos, which is crazy. Yeah, it attacks the car like it was pecking at the front of the car while Andrea was driving in it. But you know what it is? With these turkeys that, out front, we got 3 toms now and then a bunch of females. Everybody in my neighborhood, and I love my neighborhood, it's full of a lot of great people, but none of them are alpha dogging these turkeys the way that I do. I come out there, I see 3 of them. They're by my mailbox, and they're looking at me like they're going to cause me a bad time, like they're going to give me a bad time. I'm like, you don't know how many of you bitches I've eaten today. Like, I mean, this is, I'm not afraid of you. I go out there hot dogging it like the king that I am, and they back right down. I give them eye to eye to the turkeys. I say, I see your little gobbler things in the neck. I'm going to smack the shit out of all 3 of you if you don't get away from my mailbox. And they do.
Don't the toms fight each other?
I don't know. They weren't. They seem to be allied together against me today. And I think, well, they saw my video. I'm pretty sure everybody did. It went viral, There's a feather. They left a feather by the mailbox, though. And I don't know if they did that because they were like molting or if it was just like a warning. Like, we were here.
Yeah, they're taunting you.
Absolutely crazy. Dojo Kun's Comics. That's you. That's your company. Why Dojo Kun? What does that mean?
Dojo Kun are the 5 rules of the karate dojo.
What are they?
So they are: seek perfection of character, be faithful, respect others, endeavor, and avoid violent behavior.
See, I can't abide by any of those. That's why. Yeah. Do you know karate?
I do. I've been learning since college.
Do you know crazy?
I do know crazy.
Yes.
I have 2 ex-wives.
Yeah, I know. I got one of those myself. She doesn't bother me though. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we got Dojo Kun's projectile reptile, I should say. Here's the video. I'm going to watch this and see.
Infamous gunslinger Desmond Gibbons, better known across the Wild West as the Cactus Kid, comes to the sleepy town of Clarkson. Trouble finds him in the unlikeliest of sources, the sheriff. After their conflict, the Cactus Kid finds himself inexplicably wearing the badge of a lawman. Later, while on the trail of a serial killer, he and his deputy run afoul of a powerful druid, and the events that lead to the Cactus Kid's transformation into the hulking, 4-armed projectile reptile are even more than the druid bargained for. From the Wild West to current-day Los Angeles, where he meets superheroes Black Eagle and Red Hawk, and forms an uneasy alliance with the stunning but deadly Kitty Hawk. Join the projectile reptile on a journey of gunslinging druidic magic, superheroes, and artifacts. Projectile Reptile from Dojo Kun Comics, only on Indiegogo. Are you ready for the truly Wild West?
Yes, I am, except I'm on the east, and that's what's so confusing about it. I'm ready for these projectile reptiles. So Andrea saw the video of the snake, right? And she comes downstairs like she's shaking, like she's like, I have to talk to her now. I want to, like, the snake becomes my problem. Like, I am afraid of the snake, but I'm like, oh, I don't like snakes at all. But I have to act like I do know anything about the snake. I did a little research about it. By the way, everybody should back Projectile Reptile. Grab a copy of this instead of going to the movies this weekend. Don't go to the movies.
Movies are too woke anymore.
Yeah, don't go to the movies. If you were planning on picking up a hooker, what's a hooker go for?
You're asking me? I have no idea.
You don't know? I think
$25 should get you something though.
$25 will get you something for a hooker. It won't. What would $25 get you? If $25 got you a sexual favor, I mean, maybe it does in some places, but I can't imagine that. That's so sad if that's true. Anyway, imagine picking up a hooker. I'm going to say like $100 for what the kids are calling a blowy. I think that's what they're calling it.
Is that what it is now?
It's so gay, dude. It's a blowy. Stop it. You got to be a little bit more edgy than that, a blowy. Stop trying to be cute. He's trying to be cute. Anyway, take that money and instead purchase 4 copies of Projectile Reptile or any Cyber Frog book.
Indeed.
Seems like a better use of your money.
And thank you in advance.
Oh yeah. So Andrea's like, she comes down. She's like, the snake. What are we gonna do? And I did a little research on the snake real quick. First, I had to see if they were like hostile. and they're not. You know, they're rat snakes. They just want to eat. They want to be left alone. People are like, oh, they're good. It's good to have snakes. Listen, it's not good because you know, if I step on the snake, it's going to bite me. If I don't see it and I step on it, and it's going to be underfoot, you know, so it's going to bite me. So it's not good. There's no scenario in which the black snake is good. It needs to leave. But it did say it doesn't like bleach. The black snake doesn't like bleach and ammonia. So I took a bottle of Clorox, and I poured it in the crack there, trying to make that space seem or feel unwelcome to the snake. And I told Andrea that. I said, I poured Clorox down there. It's going to leave. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think you're going to see it again. She's like, what if I do? Well, then you call me and I'll go get it. Okay. You tell me you see that snake. Don't go near it. You call me because I will listen. You know, and I'm like,
You have
inside,
to be
I'm
the
like,
alpha even.
yeah, inside I'm like, I've never picked up a fucking snake before. Like a little one, you know, but not like this is a 7-foot snake. I've never picked one up before, but I think I have an idea of how I would do it. I got a plan on how I'm going to handle this snake if I see him. So you know, I'm just like, you come to me, you know, you come to your Ethan, I'll take care of it for you. So she's, you know, she said, what about Ava? Well, let Ava. So I'm researching it aloud while I'm talking to her. I'm like, oh shit, they're excellent swimmers. They also like to hang out in the swimming pool. She's like, oh no. You know, so now the pool's open, by the way, you know, so everybody's enjoying the pool. They're not going to enjoy it if there's a 7-foot, maybe 10-foot black rat snake in there. They're not going to.
You just got to be diligent. Look ahead of time. Don't just jump in there. And then, of course, you know, let Andrea know that you are the alpha. You will go get the snake.
I'll take care of the snake. I'm not afraid of the snake. I will either kill it. And by the way, don't be mad at me if I kill it, because I might do it. I'll have some animal rights people getting all homosexual up in my grill.
Sure
you know, like you that snake was a beautiful creature. Well, listen, there's only one beautiful creature allowed on my property. That's me. I didn't give this thing permission to come around here. You come around here and meet your doom. That's what I tell everybody, including my family members, extended family members, some of them. Phantasmagorical says, hi, Ethan and my co-panelist. Is this your co-panelist, Phantasmagorical?
Yeah, she's on my show on Wednesday nights. She's on Incendiary with me.
Beautiful. Hail CG, and then a little purple heart.
Cool.
Hello, Phantasmagorical. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I might kill that snake. And again, I don't want to hear it. If I do, I don't want to hear it, because it's going to go. I tell people this all the time. I had a black first grade teacher when I first moved here to New Jersey, and she wasn't a smart lady. She wasn't a particularly nice lady. In fact, she was stupid. But I do remember this. I would sit there and I would be in my seat, 6 years old, having to pee my pants. I need to go to the bathroom so bad. Mrs. Rice, can I go to the restroom? Can I go to the boys' room? And she'd say, I'm deaf, dumb, and blind, Ethan. Deaf, dumb, and blind. Can't hear you screaming. Can't see your hand. And I couldn't answer you even if I did. Deaf, dumb, and blind. And so I'd sit there like, I have to urinate. Like, what is this? Anyway, that's going to be me when it comes to people complaining that I've murdered a snake.
Deaf, dumb, and blind.
Lombardi says, snakes like to wrap around your arm when picked up. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But you see, it's all about the head. It's all about controlling and manipulating a snake's head, because now I'm not worried about the snake contract. It's not a boa constrictor. I'm not worried about that. Feel free to wrap around my arm, you know, but I
crush you.
I got your neck right here, and you can't. And I'm like, like that. That's
but then what?
I'm gonna put him in. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Tell us.
I'm gonna put him in a garbage bag. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm gonna whack the garbage bag several times with the end of a shovel.
Oh, like a piñata.
Or an axe. Yeah. I'm gonna give it a good few whacks. And we'll see if the garbage bag stops struggling. You know, that's what I did to my first wife, by the way. And, you know, the one before Hunter's mother. That I don't talk about her. And nobody's going to talk about her. And that worked out. So all good. I'm not worried about this. Some of you guys are like, Ethan, you should worry. I'm not worried. Jay Bama fan says, rat snakes are pussies, EVS. Stop bragging. How am I bragging? I didn't do anything yet.
Just got a plan.
Yeah. Just got to be aware of these things. Get a baseball bat. First of all, put a pillowcase over its head and then get a baseball bat and go to town. It doesn't even know what hit it, you know.
So you're from Jersey. You're sounding like the mafia.
Whack that snake, Ethan. Well, I mean, you know, what are you going to do? We got Chris Boitano says EVS is all about that head, gripping his snake tight and whacking it hard and fast. I see what you did there, but this is a serious situation. I'm going to laugh myself to death if you get musked, says Itchy Nats. What's musked mean? You know?
I wouldn't think a snake could do a musking, but that would be like what a...
That's a skunk, right?
Yeah, right. or a mink might do that.
A mink. I don't think we have minks around here. B.S. Warren says, nothing to see here. Just Uncle E saying he's going to whack his snake. Yes, indeed. All of you guys, I love that you're here. Thank you so much for being here. Share out the link, everybody. Let's get some more people in here to watch the show. Lombardi says, film the murder. I definitely will. And Eric Wimberg says, happy Saturday, all. Eat turkey sniping. I'm just, listen, you got to go down there like you mean business. You know, when those turkeys are hanging out, you got to go down there like you mean business. It's like prison in a way.
Our issue here, Ethan, are geese laying their shit all over the place and muskrats. What the muskrats are doing is they're digging out the ground beneath the retaining wall on our lake and making some of that collapse. The muskrats are the worst. We've got to get that stopped.
Muskrats. I've never even seen a muskrat. I don't even know what they look like. Aren't they little? Aren't they like this?
They're not quite that little. No, they look like a really skinny beaver.
I've seen a few skinny beavers. You know, in Portland, Oregon, they have what are they called? They got giant beaver rats that walk the streets in Portland, Oregon. I'm not talking about Antifa. I'm talking about there's an actual animal, and I can't remember what they're called right now. But they're a pain in the ass. Juan Wong says, "Oh whacking day, oh whacking day." Remember that Simpsons episode? Whacking day. Nirod and Axamamber says, an 8-foot rat snake isn't scary or dangerous. Their bites barely hurt. You can pick it up with a golf putter. Wear some gardening gloves. Oh, that's a good strategy. When I kill it, I'll wear gardening gloves.
There you go.
I didn't think of that. Thank you, Nirod. I don't know if that's where you were taking me there with your information, but I like that. Nutria. That's what they're called. Nutria. Fucking Nutria.
Oh, that's the animal in Oregon?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Like if you live in Portland, Oregon, in that whole area, you know, they have these retaining ponds because it rains nonstop. And in those retaining ponds live gigantic beaver rats. And they're kind of cute in a way. I always thought about trying to catch one in a pillowcase and then beat it to death with a baseball. But I'm just kidding.
Because
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't. I just wanted to catch one and see what it was like. But no, they're everywhere there. Portland, Oregon, man. It's a whole other planet. You go to Portland, Oregon, and you don't even know what to expect over there. It's nothing but hippies running wild in the streets. It's craziness.
Sounds
so we got it's very lit. Brian, they got Antifa. They got tent cities. Would you go live in a tent city?
Not a chance. I wouldn't pass by one.
I know. Like, you're just looking at people. You're like, why are you getting jobs? Like, why are you just sitting here? How do you do meth? You smoke meth? Why are you here smoking meth? You smoke meth, right?
Honestly, don't even know.
Lombardi says, will neighbors freak if you unload some lead on it? Yes, I'm in New Jersey. You can't do anything here, man. They don't let you have fun. You can't exercise your freedom. I'd like to hit it with a shot. I mean, I'd like to shoot it, you know, but you can't. Not allowed.
You can't within 200 feet of a home, so we can't take out the muskrats that way either.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest with us tonight. John Wong says, EVS, just call your local Chinese restaurant. They take care of the snake. Dragon meat stir-fry special that night. Stay away from Dragon Tiger combo. I will. My friends, good friend of the channel, good friend of yours, RazorFist. What's up, brother?
Hey, I love both you guys. I'm so glad to be here. I haven't been on your show in like forever, Ethan. I miss you, bud.
You walked right in when the number turned to 666, by the way. Congratulations.
Right? How does that work?
I don't know, man, but this is perfect. Diversity and Dragon says, hello, Uncle E. Tonight I passed 2K subs after just 9 months. Shortly after I started my channel, you had me on open live stream, which helped kickstart it all. Thanks once more to the human sunbeam. Hey, congratulations to you. Keep working at it. RazorFist, do you have any snakes around you, like in your house, on your property?
Fortunately, no, but it's about the only critter that hasn't tried crawling in with all the monsoon storms the last couple of days.
Monsoon storms? Are you in Florida? Where are you?
No, believe it or not, we actually get a monsoon in Arizona. We have weather on occasion. Yeah.
Wait, I would think that you would have rattlesnakes there. I think that you would have a rattlesnake problem in Arizona.
We do. I almost stepped on one as a kid, or what I think was a rattlesnake. It could have been a diamondback or a coral snake. I have no idea, but I almost stepped on one.
Well, it probably bit you and you forgot. But look at this. This is what happened to me today, RazorFist. Okay? My son goes, Dad, come out here. I'm in New Jersey. I'm like, bruh.
Dude, look at this.
Where? Dude. Look at that. Yo, he lives in the stairs. Andrew's going to flip out.
Oh, my goodness.
Yo, not cool. That's its tail. That's the very end of it.
That is some oh my God.
It's undulating like the Loch Ness
This is
Monster.
the kind of snake that when you were a little kid.
I forgot to finish that story. When Hunter was a little kid, like a little baby, like 1 year old, I moved up to upstate New York, Woodstock, and we're in Phoenicia, New York. That's where Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman live. We used to see them like at the Pancake Place. And he's little, and we live like right by a kind of a stream or a river, like a whitewater rafting river. And I was holding my baby son in my hand. I wanted to take him down to show him the river. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me. Stepping down the trees, these rocks, and I get down to the river, and I'm like, look, son. And I look back up the rocks that I have to go up to get back to the house. And there were like 16 rocks that I could hop down to get to the riverbank. Every single one of them has one of those black snakes on it now.
Oh.
Every single one of them sunning on the rocks. And I don't know. I wasn't looking. Okay. I don't know. I wasn't looking like when I was going down. I don't know if they moved there or if they were there the whole time.
And you didn't step on any of them.
Evidently not. I didn't get bitten.
That's horrific. The reptiles are like that though. Like any reptilian, like horny toads are like that. Gila monsters out here, which are really bad, are like that. Where you'll think you're looking at a wall and then the wall will move. Yeah. Right. It's that kind of thing happens all the time. When I used to go hiking all the time as a kid, and I remember vividly there was this hiking trail where it was actually paved, right? So it's like it's the wimpiest hiking trail in the world. It's got actual asphalt leading up this mountain. And so you've always got like the side of the mountain to your left as you're walking up. And so you've got this big rock face. And so we're walking. And for whatever reason, my mom lags behind with the dog, whatever. And I'm kind of waiting there and I've got my hands on my hips. I'm like, I don't know, 10, 11 years old. And I'm looking over, just kind of admiring the rock formations. And all of a sudden it just creeps down the wall. And I realize it's a lizard like half my size, at least.
Whoa.
And it's a Gila monster. If you've ever seen these things, they're horrific. And they're massively poisonous. And they're one of those things, they're like, you know how you hear when you get bit by a snake, you're not supposed to pull it off because the teeth hook backward, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
Gila monsters have rows of those. So like you would have to push them onto your arm in order to get them off and what. Oh man, you learn all
and
this
they're
stuff.
Poisonous. Those things actually have poisonous saliva.
Yeah, very, very poisonous. Yeah, crazy. I think Mystery Science Theater did a review of a Gila monster movie years ago.
I was gonna say that, RazorFist, but I didn't know if you knew. Are you a fan?
Yes.
Yes.
A huge fan. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I love the giant Gila monster. That guy who was in that movie, The Star, who was writing all those shitty songs. He's still around. He makes a living now going around singing the songs from Giant Gila Monster. It's never going to get that bad for us, RazorFist. Don't worry. Patrick T says, ironically, Uma Thurman played a character Black Mamba, and you have one living under your stairs, EVS. Yeah.
See, it's all connected.
Yeah, I saw last time I went to the Pancake House, and there was Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, and they had their baby there, and I watched Ethan Hawke change his baby out front. I was like, you guys are real people. It was really nice. And I just realized the other day that baby that I saw get changed is now 22 years old.
I know.
It's crazy. Ghost in the Badlands. RazorFist campaign is closing out in just 31 hours. I gotta say, I'm in love with this comic book. I really am. There are a lot of people launch comics. A lot of people try to get into this game. You're a novelist. You're somebody who writes. Do you write noir fiction? What's your bag usually?
Fantasy noir. It's a fantasy noir series called Night Vale. I'm 2 books deep into that, and actually, that's how me and the artist hooked up. He did the art on the last book, so we're just continuing that into comic form. And
so this is part of that canon.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Totally separate thing. Just a Western in a style of, whatever you want to call it, Gothic Western, divine retribution Western. The Angel of Death trilogy by Eastwood is a huge reference point, right? The Hang 'em High, High Plains Drifter, Pale Rider, those ones where the stranger comes out of the you don't even learn his name in some cases. You don't even know if he's alive or a ghost. And he just starts murdering all the shitbags in the town, and it's that sort of. They don't make those kind of westerns anymore. Everyone's obsessed with the revisionism now. They get the 1883 Deadwood Pro. I love Deadwood, but I'm not. I'm interested in a backdrop of real history. I'm not particularly interested in just sitting here and being didactic about relaying history to people.
That's what you think Deadwood was? You think Deadwood was didactic?
No. I don't think Deadwood was. I think Deadwood had its own living history, but I was using that as an example of it's intended to be a historical document. You know what I mean? In some sense. This isn't. We're actually kind of taking the real life history of this town called Canyon Diablo, which was deadlier than Deadwood in real life. It was crazier than Tombstone in real life, but it was only around for a short while because it was one of those hell on wheels towns that would spring up along the railroad. But this one stuck around for a while. So it's like this gaping knee wound that just sat there and festered. It just got worse and worse, and they couldn't keep sheriffs, and they wound up having to empty Fort Defiance. Local businessmen bribed the U.S. government to send in troops from Fort Defiance to restore order. The town coincidentally burned down right as they showed up. Crazy stuff about this town. Absolute lunacy about this town. And I use it as a backdrop, really, and a jumping off point for this sort of elemental divine opera that sort of plays out.
Yeah, now's a good time to bring back Westerns. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is that so much of what's going on in our culture right now just feels like the Wild West, with old things being abandoned, old ideas being abandoned. And, everything from what you're doing here on Indiegogo, it is all the Wild West. Okay. It's a broad, wide open frontier where brave, bold men, not ladies, sorry, ladies, are going to
not strange women.
Yeah, no strange women allowed. But they're trying. Are going to conquer and build some new things, some new civilization, new ways of doing things. And so I really think that sort of bold frontiersman sort of thing. I think people are ready to see that in fiction again.
This is a great tie-in to have RazorFist on your show with me, because Projectile Reptile starts in the American Old West. For about half the book, we're experiencing how he goes through trials and tribulations against a druid and the sheriff. And so, yeah, this is a good tie-in. RazorFist, good to meet you, man.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yeah, good to meet you as well.
Brian, meet RazorFist.
Good to meet you, sir.
All right, so let's watch this trailer, which... listen, I can talk about this. You can talk about this, but I think people really need to feel it, and that's what comic books are all about. You can't really get talked into a comic book. You have to pick it up, look at it, and see if you can feel it. And here's the video. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, you knew I had to get the spaghetti western pistol sounds specifically in there.
Yeah.
You have to. There's nothing like that. It sounds like a missile going off in the Italian westerns. I always loved that. Always.
Yeah, I love it too, man. It is awesome. This book is unique right now. There aren't a lot of. By the way, what is the symbol? The T. Like, what is that in Ghost?
We talked a little bit. I've been doing these ghost stories videos that just kind of talk about some of the history of the real place and how we developed the character. The last one comes out tomorrow morning, where we talk about more of the religious symbology, because there's a kind of an Old Testament basis for a lot of this, and New Testament actually, but sort of King James hellfire and brimstone frontier, right? The kind of religion that would have been preached on the frontier. That's kind of the basis of everything. But the cross is sort of germane to that. It is a lot of different things. In the Southwest region, it's called an Isleta cross. It's a real religious symbol, and it's a Christian symbol. But when missionaries came over from particularly Hungary and Austria, which they did head over in fairly large numbers for a while to minister to the natives, particularly the Pueblo and the Navajo of New Mexico and Arizona, they found that the Navajo and the Pueblo already knew about the double cross symbol. They were like, they thought that it was the dragonfly spirit. And you see them still to this day in what are called petroglyphs, the little symbols you see on rocks in just the middle of the Arizona Desert. I've come across them while hiking. You see them all the time. The dragonfly spirit among the natives was used to sort of summon rain. And it was given when somebody was marrying into a family or an outsider entered into a Navajo family and things like, right? So we're sort of suggesting two things at once. This could be almost an aristocratic, Eastern European, possibly French sort of symbol, or it could be native at the same time. It could, in fact, be both, given the region that the story takes place. So that's kind of the idea, is just to play with people's expectations. And of course, it's not just a giant cock tease. We do explain things in the story, but that's kind of the idea behind it. And the ghost, it sort of works like the shadow with the rings. When you are recruited as a missionary of the ghost, he sort of gives you a token. He gives you the necklace with his symbol on it. And this is supposed to distinguish you among the membership of the missionaries of the ghost. It's kind of the idea.
That's great. Throughout this, there's some good preview pages in which you see that the ghost himself, he speaks, a New Testament scripture, while he's, creating crevices in these guys' heads. Which I like. That time hopefully will come again when we're doing that. We might have to RazorFist the way things are going. But I want to talk a little bit about Georgi Alexopoulos and his artwork here. I think it's 50% of the reason why you need to buy this comic. Georgi's work, Georgi's largely known as a political cartoonist, and that's mostly, I think, where he got his bones. He started out working on was it Reddit? He was on one of these god awful forums where they gatekeep the hell out of you. It became clear that he followed right wingers, and they pretty much canceled him and tried to call him a Nazi and everything. He went through the whole thing. I gotta say, 5 years ago, I hated being called a Nazi. Fucking hated it. It was really despicable. Now I'm kind of like, whatever. I'm used to it. It doesn't mean anything. But at the time, it was really traumatic. It was an awful thing to have a whole lot of people calling you racist and white supremacist and all these things. But Georgie went through that same thing, picked himself up, became a political cartoonist, and his political cartoons are pretty vicious. This is a brand new thing for him. Getting to do this kind of a thing here. His work is wild and crazy. It's alive. It is vicious. It is in motion. And quite like it. This is a big turn for him. Especially this panel, I stared at this for a long time. Just so you understand, and RazorFist, you're an artist too.
Yeah.
Doing something like this sequence right here, where the horses are quickly in motion, and there's this kind of like the way that the Georgie's drawing this here is kind of like counterintuitive to what you would do if you were just like, okay, I got to draw a guy in a cart, firing a gun, shooting another dude off a horse. Everything about this is original, alive, realistic, and convincing. And that was the impact that this artwork had when I first saw it. It's like many of you know, Georgie and I had some personal conflicts. Fuck all that. This is great. I care, man. This artwork is lit, and he deserves applause for it. So,
he's kind of marrying that East-West thing, because like everyone knows, like I'm more into like the French Western comics, which in France Western comics still sell. They never stopped selling. Just like Western movies, they're just anytime a Western comes out, they're just gangbusters every time. But it's the French comic industry has this whole kind of field of these Western artists, and it's not at all dissimilar stylistically to this. You get a lot of cross hatching, you get a lot of detail, you get like that kind of rendering style from the French artists. But George is coming more from a manga background, which there's crossover there because French artists love the manga artists and vice versa. So we're sort of pairing the two. We're kind of trying to mix sort of the samurai comic. Like we were both inspired by Vagabond, the manga, the samurai manga. And because samurais and Westerns have always had that cross-pollination thing going ever since like Yojimbo and the Magnificent Seven and such. So kind of pairing those two things really like together and trying to put that into a comic format. There is a color version, but I honestly, look, I'm more of a black and white guy personally. I love that black and white. And so everything's been upgraded to color, but we do have a separate tier if you want just the hardcover in black and white.
Yeah, it's my opinion. I would just leave this in black and white. Color tends to ruin this kind of artwork, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know.
That's what we were worried about. Yeah. No, absolutely. I think you're right. But at the same time, I think we've applied some Aikido to the problem. We're going with a little different of like sort of a limited color palette, like a muted color palette, almost a kind of like what Ron Garney did on Daredevil recently, or what Matt Wagner did on The Shadow not so long ago, where you sort of limit the color palette. You kind of lay in sort of muted burgundies and grays and stuff like that, and sort of you give it almost a sepia look. Plus, George has worked in color for years. He works with color great, so I'm sure it'll turn out fine.
The fact that it's got that sepia look also gives it sort of a period piece feel too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely like apropos to the setting and everything. So
exactly.
Totally.
So I mean, look, this is phenomenal, and congratulations on this. Obviously, it's a big hit, but it could and should be bigger. I wish I could convince you to run it another 30 days, but you did tell me in private, you're just like, I just want to get this thing out, right? I mean,
yeah, it's great. Like, we're just so excited to get it done. I mean, the original, we had to invent a bunch of stretch goals, like just pull them out of our ass because we didn't expect to hit 100K. 100K was like a distant dream, and then we hit that in like 24 hours, and we're like, oh shit, like what are we gonna do? So we came out with a bunch of stretch goals. One is, which we smashed, is I'm going to add a short story, which I've already written about half of it. It's sort of a preamble to the story. One of the big local legends about Canyon Diablo is that they couldn't keep a sheriff for more than a single month. And that the first sheriff was sworn in at 3:00 and buried by 8. And I love that local legend. I think it's genius. It's probably not true, but it's genius.
That's
so
crazy.
we do a preamble where we follow one of those sheriffs as he encounters what Canyon Diablo really is, and then comes in contact with the ghost and sort of hears the murmurs of that. So that's kind of the we're going to have a sort of a short story attached to that, and we will add illustrations. I'm not sure if they'll be George's or mine, but either way, there will be illustrations with that.
So, RazorFist, with Ghost of the Badlands, is this a self-contained story, or is there a sequel following this?
This is definitely intended with like further volumes in mind, kind of like well, look, I'm inspired by bande dessinée, so they're in numbered volumes. I think the American industry should have moved to this a long time ago, where you come out with them every few months, whether that's a year or 6 months or maybe even 2 years. It doesn't matter. It's done when it's done, and you release it when it's done, and you put a number on it, and that's how people keep up with your series, right? So we've already got some ideas for the different volumes. I mentioned like the different missionaries of the ghost, and that kind of opens up the storytelling possibilities, because you can sort of tell any story, because you have the way this is written is sort of like a shadow pulp, where there's a proxy hero out front who's your emotional surrogate. So we get to keep the ghost as this elemental Greek chorus figure in the background who pops in at crucial moments and ruins the shitbag's day. Right. So when you think of it in that concept, you could tell any story about anything, about Chinese railroad workers, about escaped slaves, about anything. Right. And they could become missionaries of the ghost, and you could do a whole Western story just about that.
Mario Trujillo says, dropping by to say hi, but he spelled hi like, Razor inspired me to finish my own work. Think Judge Dredd with a little Solomon Kane in a Wild West fantasy. Hail Iron Age.
Yeah, Godspeed. Yeah, there's more than a little Solomon Kane in this, as you can see with the Hellfire and Brimstone Bible verses.
Hey, Iron Age, where'd that come from?
I also pulled that out of my ass while I was recording that rant about don't cry about the culture, become the culture. And I was off on a jag. You know how I don't script my rants, but I'll have bullet points. And I'm just kind of talking, and this came off. I had a bullet point that said there should be a name for this movement, right? And I figured I would just come up with one on the fly. And Iron Age was the one I came up with. Apparently other people had used it. Apparently Mark Millar years ago referred to the era of post 2000s comics as the Iron Age, whatever. Nobody really uses it. But, apparently other people had thought of it, but I pulled it out of my ass at the moment, and it just seemed to stick. It's just kind of a nomenclature for this whole era. It's just whatever this zeitgeist of independent creativity is that, you cover exhaustively because you were the tip of the spear in it with Comicsgate and everything. It's just sort of a descriptor for whatever the hell this era is, because you can feel it. There's electricity in the air. There's something that's happening. It's just sort of a name that I gave to it is all.
This is absolutely the pendulum starting to swing the other way.
Yeah. Very zeitgeist, very tide starting to turn. There's kind of that going on with Westerns too, as it's interesting. As successful as this has been on Indiegogo, I'm almost more curious what's going to happen when it comes out, because I don't know if anyone's been keeping up. Hollywood has greenlit a righteous fuckload of Westerns, and they did it just at the beginning of the year. And most of these aren't going to come out until the end of the year and into 2024. Like 2024 is going to be like the year of the Western. Martin Scorsese is working on a Western, right? Like everybody, Christian Bale's working on a Western. There's a bunch of people, big names in Hollywood, that are getting ready to drop Westerns, but it's not going to. We're like just at the crest of the wave right now, and it's about to crash. It's going to crash probably near the end of the year. All these Westerns are going to pop up about the time when our comic does. So I'm really, it's just this weird sort of confluence of things, much like the Iron Age itself.
Yeah, like that again. The Iron Age just feels like a Western concept anyway, and that's why I think that everybody's feeling that right now. Like every single aspect of our culture has been captured by leftists and activists. It is impossible to create art under these circumstances, even if we wanted to. Even if you wanted to take Ghost of the Badlands to Marvel or to DC or any of these other publishers, You wouldn't be able to, because they would be they basically be monitoring what you were doing and thinking about how it would reflect on the parent company. Being owned by a parent company means that everything that they publish has to reflect that parent company's values, and those values are,
Oh, yes, Marxist horseshit. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're just after that ESG dollar, so you're going to have to make sure you check all the boxes if that's where you're taking your
That's
IP.
the thing. There, people don't realize that it's not that get woke, go broke thing. It's go broke, get woke. They rely on the ESG funds because they're already failing.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is why it's a bit of an indictment of a company when they resort to this, because they're struggling and they're just not admitting it.
They're operating at a loss until they get that ESG by checking all the blue hair marks, and suddenly they're making money, but it's not based on the fans' input. It's all just governmental support.
It's just an outrage anyway. No matter what, they're getting your money. Understand, they got your 401ks. You know what I mean? They got your retirement funds. And those funds are being invested in woke, okay, in woke companies. Woke companies basically spit on your values, and they're paid to do that with your money. It's a really disturbing situation that is, the more you think about it, the more infuriating it is. And we do have to do something about it. I guess that's what the Iron Age is all about. People just kind of coming together and realizing, look, we've talked it to death, and we can continue to talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. But ultimately, what we have to do is do something, actually do something. Can we? They say, like, people who are not leftists, people who are not liberals, are not creative. What do you think of that, RazorFist? Because I mean, I know that you're not a leftist. I don't really know what your politics are, but what do you think of this idea that conservatives cannot be creative?
Yeah, my politics come with German subtitles. These no, no,
Nice.
dude, some of the most creative people I've ever met in my life, and to be fair, people on the left too have been creative. I mean, look, the woman I love is very, very, very creative. Not left of center. You see this all the time. People totally 100% just discount an entire half of the ideological aisle, and to be fair, they sometimes self-marginalize. You see that going on with like the Daily Wire and Matt Walsh, like taking a shit on comics and like anime and whatever.
Why do you do that?
I know, and it's like, why would you, especially when you work for the Daily Wire, who's trying to get into some of these spaces? They just funded a Western movie. I've heard mixed things. I haven't seen it yet, called Terror on the Prairie with Gina Carano.
I did see it. I did watch it, RazorFist, and you need to watch it. It's good. I don't care what anyone. Awesome. Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. That shit was great. Now, Gina Carano, she's a fighter. Okay, I mean she looks like no woman that probably ever looked in that time period. Of course, you know, but it doesn't really matter. She performs well. The villains are some of the best Old West villains, like some of the best Western villains I've ever seen. Evil, duplicitous snakes. Really, really good. Who was the main guy? He's on Nick Searcy. Thank you. Nick Searcy's performance, standout. I promise you, RazorFist. There are a lot of people who are running down Daily Wire for trying to do this, and you'll find, that when you do try to enter this sphere and try to make something, people are unusually tough on you. Look at what's happening there.
That's what dude, I said in my "Don't Cry About the Culture, Become the Culture" thing. You're gonna have to do twice as well, and I may have underestimated. You're gonna have to do twice as well to get half the credit, right?
Yeah,
that's always how it works. So you have to be even better than that. Like, you have to aim for the absolute stratosphere just to be considered as operating on the same level. as the proselytic pinko horseshit that the mainstream industry has been pinching out, the absolute detritus that two people are buying, but critics are hand-jiving themselves to. Like, that's 100%, that's what's been happening in the industry for the last several years. I mean, look no further than freaking Mark Waid's Daredevil, which I still detest. He was allowed to sit on that book for 5 years with the lowest sales in the history of that book. But it was critics, because he was dealing with whatever social issue or whatever political issue, and because he has the right politics, he wound up not only staying on that book, but shaping the entire editorial direction of Marvel for the next several years. Right?
That's true.
They're willing to take the cannonball to the face in the name of their ideology, not least of which because they now know there's this giant parachute called ESG that's going to bail them out.
It always comes back to the money, RazorFist. Always back to the money.
Yeah,
well,
totally.
I wish it came back to the money from the fans, but it really ESG is just kind of like, well, we don't care anymore. We don't care what the fans think. We don't have to. We're here to serve an agenda. And you know, your boy Zach and I disagree about this one thing here about ESG, because he's like, well, you know, look, Marvel and DC comics, you know, that why would they care? Well, their parent companies care. You know, they don't make any money. Marvel Comics and DC Comics do not make money on their own. They make a fraction. DC Comics brings in $330 million a year. That's what they bring in. And they have to employ all of these people and take up all of this space. And just they're a big, gigantic nightmare to make that much money. A movie that doesn't do well for Warner Brothers, one single movie earns what they do in an entire year. They're not really pulling their weight. But what they can do, and you know, what they do effort to do, and it explains everything, is they exist to virtue signal at a very low cost the politics of their parent company. And it used to be, you know, they'd say, well, look, we're creating stories that can be used in movies and film, and it's not very, doesn't cost very much, RazorFist, to make comics, and those comics can be turned into multi-billion-dollar movies. Well, guess what? Hollywood does it better than Tom King does, as it turns out.
They do. They do.
I mean, it's like
I predicted, and I'm sure it's not. This is not a visionary prediction. You can clearly read these tea. You can read these tea leads from Neptune, for crying out loud. But within the next 10 years, DC and Marvel are going to publish virtually nothing. They're just going to be an IP piggy bank for their parent companies. That's all it's going to be. Whatever, for video games or movies or whatever. The comic side of the business is going to be virtually non-existent, or it's going to move completely digital, like CrossGen tried to do 20 years ago, and they took how many slings and arrows over that? And the American industry just went kicking and screaming into the digital age. These are self-inflicted wounds, largely. But like, I honestly think they're just going to be an IP piggy bank in the next several years.
Well, that's what they are now.
Crossover each year that stars all of their characters in order to keep those IPs alive. That's all they're going to do.
Yeah. They're not going to, publishing comics really doesn't make sense for them. I don't think it's going to last for forever. And yeah, you're right. In 10 years, I think it's going to be more like 5 years. But I've been saying this, and I've been watching them sort of juggle and change. Mark Miller, who I talked to about this, is just like, he's like, it's going to shrink to the point of almost nothingness, and then it's going to stabilize the comic book industry. You're just going to see it become, like 10 books a month out of DC. And that's it,
Freaking Las Vegas porn pamphlets are going to have higher print runs than some of this shit.
Yes. You're already seeing it. It's like Detective Comics has 3 different stories in it. It's supporting 3 different creative teams in one book. Like, yeah. That's how they're sort of playing musical chairs, and how many asses can we fit on one chair right now?
It's insane. And you wonder why they take such exception to people wanting to get into their industry. I've said for a long time, like, okay, the ESG accounts for a lot of the ideology, but the like sky splitting antipathy that certain people in the industry have toward anyone right of Chairman Mao trying to get into their industry is at least as much about job protection, at least, right? Because you were just saying, like, fitting 5 asses on a chair, dude. There's like 3 chairs left. Like, there's no one there. So
all they're publishing is Batman, and by the way, we got something going on in mainstream comics right now, which is really sad and ridiculous. But it goes to show that this is, this is part of the problem here. You got Ms. Marvel. You must have heard about this, RazorFist. I know it's not your focus, but Marvel Comics whacking Kamala Khan out of the blue and choosing to do it not in her book, but in Spider-Man. And probably because if they did it in her own book, I don't think even her fans would know. No. Like, who reads Ms. Marvel at this point? So it's like they're going to get rid of this character. They're going to make a big virtue signaling, sad kind of death of this beloved quote unquote character, and they're going to do it where people are actually reading, which is Spider-Man. This has, by the way, I made sure that I was appropriately sympathetic about this on Twitter when I heard the news. I did laugh heartily and said, ha, 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 ha. And I did get a lot of people who I'm sure do not read the book, calling me out, calling me names and stuff like that. And it's very hurtful.
Well, who in a numerical statistical context cannot possibly be reading the book.
That's right. The book has been canceled and relaunched 6 times. I counted 6 times. Get the message, Marvel. And I guess they finally did. This is the ultimate thing. Killing your character after you insist on it being a thing. And they've insisted on Ms. Marvel Kamala Khan being a thing now for like 8 years, and people aren't having it. And it's probably because her superpowers are stupid, and it's probably because her costume is ugly, and it's probably because nobody is doing anything except telling you about how wonderful she is. There just isn't anything developing from this. And you know what? Like, they're not listening. This is kind of like killing this character right now, and she's not permanently dead. She'll be back. This is like fucking suicidal ideation from like a goth kid that you're growing up with. It's like, you're not paying attention to me. I'm just gonna kill myself then. Okay. All right. Let's call your bluff. And by the way, how long is it going to take to bring this character back? 3 days? It's
are
stupid.
you shitting me? Seriously? You would have threatened to commit suicide with this book and this character? Here, let me dry your tears with a bathtub.
No, that's not what I'm saying, RazorFist. I'm saying killing this character is Marvel threatening to kill. Like it's that kind of behavior. Like, if you're not paying attention to me, maybe I'll just kill myself. And that's basically what they've done here with Ms. Marvel. It's like, okay, she's dead now. Are you happy? Hey, look, she's dead. Hey, pay attention. She's dead. Nobody's going to care. Nobody cares about this character, and she's just going to come right back again. And it's just going to be this whole endless cycle of trying to sell people things that they don't want. Nobody wants this. Anyway, Spider-Man, she's going to look at this fallen friend, RazorFist. Look at this cover.
They really were going with like an iconic kind of 80s-ish sort of cover there. Didn't quite pull it off. I'm not sure what Spider-Man's shape is there a little bit. It's a little strange, but
it is weird, man. What's with his knees?
Yeah, it's a little odd. He's kind of got Chun-Li thighs going on there.
It's weird, man. And he's just crying, like weeping his heart out over what?
Does he even know her? I mean, they're showing these characters reacting as if she's been friends and allied and teammates for years. And no, she hasn't.
Yeah. Look at Wolverine posing like Zelensky at Congress. There,
right? It's like, hey, Wolverine, you want to get at least a little bit dour here?
It's just flexing, like
get some saline for those eyes.
My God. So Fallen Friend, the death of Ms. Marvel. This is coming out, I guess. And we'll see how it does. I might buy a copy of this just for laughs. So they got my sale. But people are very, very unhappy about this, I guess, on the internet. People who are supposed to be buying it, but are not buying it, obviously. And that is sad. Anyway, stuff like this. This is like one of the worst characters. Ms. Marvel, her powers are that she makes her hands grow. I don't even know what to say.
Hands. Yeah, she's literally a Seinfeld gag. That's actually what she is. Her superpowers are she is a Seinfeld gag.
Are they real and spectacular?
Yes.
Bizarre. All right. So anyway, so that's what's going on in comics right now. Now, if this doesn't interest you, maybe you might be interested instead in checking out Dojo-kun, our friend Brian here, his comic book campaign, Projectile Reptile, which is also a Western, starring a guy who can turn into a kind of humanoid lizard, which is crazy cool. Brian, you want to talk about that real quick? Tell him about your book.
Yeah, what happens is he visits a small town, runs afoul of the sheriff, and then runs afoul of a druid. The druid accidentally turns him into this four-armed projectile reptile. And after some adventures in the Old West, he somehow gets transported to modern-day Los Angeles, becomes part of a superhero team. So I'm throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this one. There's artifacts, gunslinging, superheroes, boy, you name it, it's in here. And druids even. And of course, people are asking me, how is a druid in the Old West? That's part of the fun.
They immigration. They were not. Our borders weren't secure then either. I think.
Yeah, Biden let it expire. Don't worry about it.
Jesus, absolutely crazy. Over here in all caps comics land, we got some really good news yesterday, and I got to update this. I got everybody wanting to do action figures now. Like we're breaking down barriers. We're showing people that this kind of thing can be done. It's very expensive and very time consuming, and quality control is definitely an issue. You really do have to be aware of that. But we did it. This was like climbing a mountain in like, remember that truck in the 80s, Bigfoot? It's like,
oh yes,
monster truck, and it was Bigfoot was like a celebrity in and of itself. That truck.
Dude, Gravedigger and Bigfoot, dude. You could literally send the drivers around to schools to give like pep talks and whatnot. It's crazy. The 90s was a wild time.
Yeah, it was just it was a good time. I felt like I was in Bigfoot, and that's Comicsgate. Okay, powerful monster truck, and yet we were climbing the fucking Everglades or the Andes. That's better. The Andes. Is that where the cannibalism took place with Ethan Hawke and those soccer players?
I like to think so.
I think that was in the Andes. Alive. Did you see that movie where like Ethan Hawke had to eat his soccer playing friends?
Oh, isn't that based on a true story? Yeah, the soccer team gets stranded in the mountains or whatever. I've heard the real story. I was not aware it was a movie.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you should watch this movie. In the movie, they're talking about, they're like, I'm really hungry. And what are we gonna do? Nobody's coming for us. And maybe we should eat our friends. And it's only been like 24, 48 hours at that point. And the worst thing about it is, like, I would not eat my friends right away. But if I did, I would not dig right into their ass, which is what they did. Immediately, they go right for the ass. I think I'd go for the arm, maybe the leg. These guys cut open their dead friends' pants, their breeches, and start cutting right into their buttocks. Get that
butt cheek souffle going on. What the fuck? Don't judge.
Is that what you do?
2023. This is a lifestyle now. Stop it.
I think I'd want white meat. Like, wait, do we have? Because I think like the ass would be. I think the ass is dark meat. I'm not sure, but like I feel like I would want white meat, and I'd probably go for the arm. And if I went for dark meat, it would be the leg. I think the legs are dark meat. But what about you, RazorFist? What would you eat first if you were going to eat a human being?
I'd make sure I went down with a supermodel exhibition, and actually I would have some grilled breast. I think.
Okay, absolutely. That's a whole different way to look at it.
Lightly sautéed with a nice Chianti.
Yeah, I don't want to eat Chilean soccer players. Right. I want to eat, Victoria's Secret models. Well, now you've made it sound better. Yeah.
Although the soccer players are probably more muscular. Let's be real.
A little more meat on their bones. And
in that case, you'd have to go for the back straps, I think.
Yeah. Another update. This is what I put yesterday. Or no, I guess I did this today. Electric Blue Cyberpunk variant action figure backers. That's a mouthful. Just got notified that 2 of the shipping containers are ready to be delivered. So they sent these over from China. And by the way, we got to get this. Poor Eric July contacted me, and he's just like, I want to make like some action figures. So I'm like, oh, dude. And I'm like, immediately, I'm like, Eric, please don't. He's just like, I'm thinking about doing it. Is there any way that we can do this? Like, where are you getting it done? I'm like, Eric, I'm getting it done in China, and I know how you're going to feel about that. And he's just like, is there any way to do this in the United States? I'm like, no. And that's a good thing. Like, here's the thing, like, no, there are no action figure manufacturers here in the United States. Now, feel free to build a factory here in the United States and employ people at slave wages, Americans. But I mean, literally, we did have it quoted somewhere here in the United States, like somebody who works with plastics who could make Cyberfrog action figures for us. It was 8 times as expensive, 8 times as expensive as it would be overseas.
Thanks,
and
unions.
Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing about it, though. Like, at first you kind of go, yeah, but maybe we should keep the jobs here in America. How about like good jobs here in America? Like, the whole thing is like getting stuff made over in China, where, you know, the American dollar rules over there, and it goes a lot further, and people are willing to paint, you know, tiny eyelashes on Mark Hamill figurines for, you know, 50 cents an hour. Right. Maybe we don't want to do that here in the United States. And the attitude is pretty much all of that stuff gets made in China, comes over here, and then people can actually afford to purchase it. That's why Americans are able to afford decent lifestyles. Like, blue collar workers can buy things because a lot of things are not made here in the United States, where they would be prohibitively expensive. What do you think of that argument, RazorFist? Tell me where I'm wrong.
No. I think you're right. You also have to keep in mind, like, this is anything but a free market, right? We've got China, who are a communist dictatorship, and so they only slacken the regulations on their economy in so much as it benefits them. They clamp down the regulations in every other conceivable way. And then you have us, who haven't been even close to a free market since the Gilded Age, like early 1800s. Incidentally, the last major spike in our economy. Interesting. But like, we haven't been that for a long time, since union politics really started to become a thing in the mid 1800s. So, dude, you got to go for what I am absolutely not going to cast aspersions on people for getting stuff manufactured in China, when they're just beating us at their own game, like at our own game, rather. Like, we could easily take regulations off of our economy and ameliorate this entire problem right now, but nobody has the political will to do that. So don't whine about China.
Yeah, they have other places over there. It's the same situation everywhere overseas to make stuff. Cryptic Comics says, who was the toy manufacturer in the U.S.? I can't tell you that. I'm not allowed to actually say that, but somebody who does not do action figures. Pretty much every action figure manufacturer, everybody who makes action figures makes them overseas. McFarlane, Hasbro. In a way, I guess, like, I go back and forth about it. Like, I think it would be fun to take one of these plastics companies here in the U.S. And say maybe do action figures, but it would be I would have to ask $250 a piece for these action figures in order for it to make any kind of sense at all. And it just doesn't work. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
You do have companies like, you know, that'll do the big deluxe, you know, those, right? I ordered a Solomon Kane action figure a while back. Apparently I'm going to get it in August, like in fingers, toes, and balls crossed. But I've been waiting forever. Literally, I ordered this thing in like 2020. But, you know, you get these big deluxe. Clint Eastwood recently paired with, I forget who it was, Sideshow Collectibles or somebody, to do The Man with No Name and the Preacher and a bunch of his characters, Dirty Harry, as these big deluxe figurines. I think that market is a little bit more in America, because they can have like a factory full of people who are sitting there designing them, you know, whatever, but not so much with the actual action figures.
Yeah, I want to see like companies like Sideshow. Like, I wonder if they make toys in the United States. Where are Sideshow Collectibles made? Yeah, they're in China too. Pretty much like everybody. Pretty much everybody
where
is.
they get the final toys made. Yeah, they get designed over here, I'm sure, and mocked up here, and then they hand them off, kind of like American cartoons back in the day. You know, oh yeah, we'll draw some character concepts, then we'll hand it off to Korea.
Right, absolutely.
When I looked into creating action figures for Siamese in 2021, the minimum order was 30 grand.
Wow,
that was the minimum.
There are like minimum order quantities and things like that, you know, that have to be in consideration. I would love, at some point, I'm going to talk to I'll do a video about what it took, like how I made these toys, how it became possible, what it's like, and like because I'd like to see more people try to do it. I'd love to see an ISOM action figure get made. Other people here in our space are thinking about doing it. It would be phenomenal.
We were thinking about, for the stretch goals, getting necklaces made for the ghost necklaces. And we'll probably try and do that the next go around, but it's rough. Like, just looking into like what even a little trinket like that would cost to get for everybody, you know, it would cut pretty significantly into the budget of the whole thing, especially if you get it made here or made the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, believe me, I know. I'm making lots of stuff. I've been making a lot of products. Now we're almost officially an actual toy manufacturer. So, you know, it's becoming a big part of my life. But here they are. Here are the shipping containers being loaded up and sent overseas. And I said, I'm not sure what's in them. It should be all of the Cyberfrog variants, Vespis and variant, and the chicken buckets. All of those items are spread across 4 different containers, 2 of which are held up for inspection back at U.S. Customs. So they're going to go through the boxes and make sure there's no cocaine, no yayo in them. And if
so
there
you've got
is,
them well hidden in coffee beans, right?
Yeah, right. Oh, that might explain a few things. Noticing some people getting into that business. Very smart, guys. Very clever. So we got 2 out of the 4. I know you're not. 2 out of the 4. We should be waiting another month for the Heather Swain container. Iron Age Media is here for $20. Wow. Hail EVS, Razor, and Dojo. Glad to see you all at once. Multimedia offerings like toys and such is something I'd love to see indies explore more often. How does everyone feel about video game adaptations and virtual products?
I love it. That's been kind of the part of the Iron Age that I've been waiting to sort of start kicking off, is the video game side, because developer tools for video games are cheaper than ever. The big drag is getting a decent sized team and getting it out in a decent amount of time. Like, I totally recognize that. As the graphical fidelity and such goes up, it requires more time. It either requires more time or more people or both. Look at Have you ever finished a Ubisoft game? The credits are longer than the game, right? Like, it's so many satellite studios. It's fucking insane. So I've been kind of waiting, like, maybe somebody makes it just a slightly less ambitious point and click of some kind of Iron Age property, gets that going. Like, I think that would be really cool. And I think it'll happen. I do. There's too many talented people and too many video game fans in this space, and more are coming every single day. So I'm sure it'll happen. It just hasn't quite kicked off yet. I'm looking forward to it though, because, you know, I'm a big gamer.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who come to me and say, I can make like a side scroller beat 'em up Cyberfrog game. Would you like me to do it? And I would. I'd like to pay them though. I mean, a lot of people are like 3D Robin, who was fantastic. He did a lot of work. He designed the PVC toys. He made the first level of a like a side scrolling kind of beat 'em up Cyberfrog game where he fights the Vespis and saves Heather Swain. And it was great. He wanted to do the whole game. It looked like something from like Sega Genesis, or maybe like a step better than what's in between Sega Genesis and Xbox 360.
Yeah, maybe like PlayStation N64-ish, something like that.
Yeah, it was like that. It was really, really, really good, and it was fun to play. But yeah, it's just like, I want to be able to pay you for this, and I would have to crowdfund like a video game in order to pay you to make it. We could do it. I mean, the thing about crowdfunding is we could do absolutely anything. You know, and it doesn't hurt to try. And you know, like I was saying, like, you know, being in my Bigfoot monster truck at the bottom of the Andes Mountains and just going, I know what a big deal making these toys are going to be, and I may fail. And in fact, of course, I had a cheerleader, like a whole lot of people hoping I would fail, which sucks. But then we've got the fans who are hoping that you do and who are supporting you. We were able to do it. You know, there's nothing that we can't do if we can create an exciting enough pitch and a good follow through. So Heather Swain is being held up. Let me see. This is why. She just got shipped, so she's on her way. Heather Swain action figure got delayed because we pulled the project from the factory that did our Cyberfrog. So we had it all in one factory. RazorFist, look at her face here. They sent me this, and I was terrified. When they sent me this, I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm going to get killed. I'm going to get roasted. this looks like a dollar store version of our product, like what we sent over to them. And so I had to go through and be really picky with them. I said, do this. They couldn't do it. So I pulled her and took her to another factory, just the Heather Swain toy. And they did much, much better. But I mean, this took months to go back and forth with them, and them sending me back different paint masters and saying, what do you think of this? I think she looks terrible. I think she looks like a sex doll. Okay.
Dude, she's got the 1,000 dick stare. Like, no, I don't blame you for sending that back at all. But the one on the right, if it turns out looking anything like the one on the right, it's going to look fantastic.
Well, this is what she looks like. So I think we did really, really well. At the end of the day, you know, we got guys, we got the right factory that went in, and they did a very nice job. They did it on budget. They painted her perfectly. They got all the colors right. They got her eyes so that they look realistic. I mean, just looking at it, that looks real. It looks real to me. I'm very happy with it. So the Heather Swain toy on its way. And
that's like the most exciting thing I've seen. Like, I've been a fan of Cyberfrog since like 96. I was a little kid. They had a competition for Cyberfrog in Wizard magazine, I remember. And it's so cool to finally have toys and stuff out there. I'm freaking stoked.
It's unreal how great it feels. People are asking me to zoom in on her face here, so I'll try to zoom in on this picture so that you can see. I don't know if that's helpful, but as you can see, even zoomed in, you see her eyes look realistic. They're well painted. Her lips are painted properly. Her eyebrows are painted appropriately. You know, we got everything down. The detail is all there. Her hair looks good. Her hairline. All this stuff is a consideration, and if you go with the wrong factory, you can send a brilliant paint master, and the paint masters are always going to be superior to the final product because it's just one artist sitting there like really having a good time. But you got to get it so that it looks as close to the paint master as possible and can be replicated over and over and over again. And I think we really kicked ass with this. Heather Swain is one of the best female figures that I've seen. And it's ours. We did it. Look at the laces on her Converse high tops here.
Right? And she goes with the high tops like a real Converse fan. I have, dude, believe it or not, people have no idea. I have freaking a closet full of Converse, and they're all high tops.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. Right.
Yeah, I normally wear the boots, but I do have I've always loved Converse for years.
Yes, indeed. All right. So yeah, I've had a few pairs of them myself, but I mean they're very distinctively 1990s. I just remember everybody wearing in the late 80s. Everybody was wearing like Doc Martens.
Yeah.
You know,
and then in the late 90s, thanks Blink 182, the Converse thing started to happen, right?
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. And it was lame because I kind of liked them before when they were cheaper. And it was funny. You could see in real time as Converse became a trend. The first time I went to buy Converse, you know, with my dad or whatever, they were like, I don't know, $30, something like that, maybe less than that. They were dirt cheap. They were the cheapest sneakers in the store. By the time, you know, What's My Name Again comes out and MXPX are wearing them and all these freaking pop punk bands from the late 90s and early 2000s, they went up to 40, they went up to 50, they went up to 60. Like, and I don't think inflation was increasing that much in the late 90s.
No, not at all. But they just became really popular and in demand, and everybody was looking for them. So that's great. So we got Heather Swain done. She'll be here in 30 days. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have two crates, 2 containers. So we'll get the 2 containers unloaded. I got a couple of guys coming over to help me with that. 3 guys and a girl. Guy wants to get his girlfriend involved. I'm like, I hope she can lift. We'll figure out what we got, perhaps fulfill some of the orders early. I'm going to ask people what we should do. Like, if we only have some Cyberfrogs and some Vespas, should we fulfill those, or should we wait until Heather comes? I don't want people to get their noses out of joint, you know, over that. But if we have your items in stock, I'll let you know with another update Wednesday. And you can keep backing the campaign if you'd like to. Now's a great time because the action figures are here. It's no longer a matter of faith. We're doing it, and we're doing it because you guys helped. We're doing it because you made it possible. This is, I mean, I don't think, honestly, nobody else is doing this. There are no indie comic book publishers in the mainstream that are able to do what we've done here. And you know what? It's not going to get celebrated. It's not going to get picked up. It's not going to be bragged about, talked about on any of these big mainstream websites, these corrupt journalistic sites. They're not going to talk about this at all. They're going to try to bury this and hope it goes away, but it's not going away. The Iron Age is not going away. Comicsgate is not going away. It's just going to continue to grow. Goes to the Badlands. Our friend RazorFist here, getting close to 296, getting close to 300,000. Hopefully, we're going to do that tonight, my friends. Thank you. Yeah, those of you in the chat, I mean, a million times, thank you for this. You have no idea how cool this makes us look. To be able to fund Ghosts of Badland, $300,000 in a month, to be able to make action figures, to be able to get Dojo Kun's projectile reptile funded properly is absolutely amazing, and people just don't recognize how incredible that is, and they should. All right, so RazorFist, Indiana Jones 5.
Indiana Jones and the hip of titanium. Yes, let's.
What is going on with this? Or what is going on with okay, hold on a second. What is your opinion? Why do you think Star Wars and Indiana Jones both fell off so severely?
Oh man. I think there's a combination of when they acquired Lucasfilm, I think it was already a little bit of a flagging brand to begin with, and they thought they were maybe getting something a little that didn't require as much vaginal rejuvenation surgery. They didn't think they were going to have to spring for the full fucking refurb on it. Oh, we'll just go back to we'll remake A New Hope and everyone will remember that they love Star Wars again. And that worked for 15 minutes. But after that, you have to have a plan generally. And they didn't have one at all. There was no roadmap, and their only roadmap really was they made a huge mistake. They kind of made the same mistake some of the HBO shows have, some of the worst video game franchises have. Kind of the same mistake Sony made when they gave a blank check to Hideo Kojima for Death Stranding, actually. Because that game wound up kind of being a financial disappointment for them.
Well, tell me about that. What is that? What
we'll hire auteurs. Oh, Death Stranding's a video game. It was a video game that came out a short while ago. It was kind of a disappointment. It was a weird game. Compared to other games that Kojima had released, it didn't sell as much. But regardless, they basically hired him because he's Hideo Kojima. They went for the auteur. Okay, we'll just get J.J. Abrams, and he'll make us a Star Wars, and it'll be good because J.J. Abrams. We'll get Rian Johnson, and it'll be good because it's Rian Johnson, rather than having an actual roadmap as George Lucas had for every single movie. Even side projects, he had some conception of how this fit into the broader macrocosm of Star Wars. There was no thought given to that, I'm persuaded, at all. I think it's pretty plain to see at this point now with that trilogy, if you even want to call it that. It's really just 3 separate movies. Like, they're vaguely interrelated with some of the same characters, but they're not even part of a trilogy. There's no hole here, except that,
So what is the story? What was the story? Can you identify the story arc of... I still don't know. Like, I've seen, to be fair, like, I have not watched Rise of Skywalker except for once. I've sat through Last Jedi 3 times, which was part of being in the High Council. We had to do that, and it was fucking horrible. It really was a traumatic experience. Force Awakens was fine, if a little bit limp, and it made me feel uneasy, like eating an entire box of Krispy Kreme donuts by myself. Like, it was delicious at the time. I was excited to do it. But afterwards, I felt ill and sad and a little ashamed and may have vomited at one point towards the end. But Rise of Skywalker, I looked at this whole thing and I just don't understand exactly what was the overarching vision. It seems like it was just slapdash and thrown together. You had great characters there at the start, a good opportunity to build on characters like Finn, who I really liked. I thought Finn was a chance to really make tell a good Star Wars story. You got a stormtrooper who's having pangs of conscience to the point where he wipes blood on his own mask. Like, that was a really interesting sequence where, it's just like, what are we doing here? Are we the baddies? And then just, taking off your helmet and just being exhausted and just saying, I think I'm I don't think I belong here. And then rebelling, leaving, joining MAGA and being a part of, the MAGA resistance. I really related to this character for some reason. I don't know why, but I just thought that they did zero with him except make him the love interest of Poe Dameron through the rest of the movie. They didn't. There were no consequences. Nothing happened. He didn't have to. Nothing changed. I don't understand. I really don't understand how they didn't follow through on that fascinating story arc. It could have been good. I don't understand any of this. And I think what it all comes down to is that there was one person at the wheel who was driving this story with an agenda, and we all know who it is. It's Kathleen Kennedy, our dear Kathleen Kennedy, who basically just wanted the stories to represent and reflect her and her interests and her vision and her ideas. And all of this comes back. I'm going to talk about this all week long because I think it's necessary that we do. All of this comes back to the way women see things and men see things, RazorFist. How men experience and write creatively and how women do. And it's fundamentally different, and it's okay. It's okay that we're different. It's okay. Like, women don't need to have penises, and women don't. This is going to shock people out there that are listening. Women don't need to enjoy conflict, physical conflict. They don't need to. It's okay, ladies. There's nothing wrong with you. This isn't a matter of nurture, okay? This isn't a matter of your parents are forcing you not to want to get into gunfights with mobsters. Your parents didn't force or impose that on you. That isn't society. That's natural and ingrained. And perhaps that's a good thing. Perhaps it's okay that you're like that.
Yeah. And it's like, if we had a thriving industry in any way, whether movies or comics or anything we've been talking about today, we'd have an entire market to serve women and female readers as well. Think about when comics were thriving, or even before that, pulps, right? You had ranch romances, right? You had Westerns, like Two Gun Western. Those were geared towards kids, but you had ranch romances, right? Which was clearly geared towards women. And then occasionally you would have a brand that would cross over between the two, and you can make maybe a little bit more money sometimes. But it seems like everything has to be one size fits all for absolutely everybody is really, and of course, being able to impose your ideation onto other people is, that's 100% that's an incentive there as well. So
I love that. Listen, I'm for that too. I understand that impulse. I would love to impose my ideas on everyone in society. And RazorFist, deep down, I think that we appreciate that. Both of us are the same way in that regard. We'd like to do that. But our ideas are better for society. And that's what it all comes down to. RazorFist, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Where do you meet this guy?
You let your tiger out. So, the territory. Many guess it. You let your tiger out.
What's going on?
Have you met Shane Davis? Shane, this is RazorFist, Shane Davis.
Hey, how the hell are you?
How the hell are you? What's up with the sharp fist, man? What's up?
It happens. Sometimes you got to throw down. I don't know what to tell you.
I went to school with a guy named Knuckles. I was like, "Why is your name Knuckles?" He's like, "Cause my knuckles are always busted from fighting."
Did you happen to be an echidna? Is that?
No, he was just the dude. Just got in a lot of fights. So I was like,
Right.
RazorFist, you probably thrown some hands.
RazorFist is such a metal fucking like 1980s, like 1983 name. You know what I mean?
Right.
RazorFist. And that's how everything was, man. In the 80s, I was metal. Did you know that, Shane? I was metal in the 80s.
It was literally constructed of titanium.
You were metal, but then your sister told you would get more ass if you were emo.
Right. That's true. That's exactly right. I went to high school, first of all, 6th grade through 10th grade. I was running around in my Power Slave t-shirt.
Nice.
I would draw the number of the beast. I have a denim jacket on with buttons. You'd go to the wall, you'd go to Sam Goody, you would buy heavy metal pins, and you cover your denim jacket with pins of Metallica, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Anthrax, all these great bands that were out at the time. And then on the back of your jacket, you could either buy a patch, usually at a flea market, Cowtown. You buy a patch with like Somewhere in Time or something like that. But I couldn't afford that. I was like a broke kid. So, but I could draw. So I would take ink and I would sit there and carefully draw by hand the number of the beast.
Oh, beautiful. That Derek Riggs artwork.
Derek Riggs, by the way, Derek Riggs, one of my all-time most influential artists, far more influential to me than Shane ever will be or was. And I say that with respect. I'm just saying, I'm trying to say that's how influential Derek Riggs was to me. Derek Riggs did all the Iron Maiden album covers. And here's something that you don't know about him. And this should kind of cheer you up. He has a disease, and that disease is narcolepsy. So he was able to paint all of those while snoozing halfway through. And sometimes I think about that, like when I'm working on Cyberfrog, like Andrea will find me on the couch snoozing. She'll come downstairs, you're sleeping. I'm like, Derek Riggs is narcoleptic. I can't have 10 minutes of shut eye. They get up again and I go back to work.
Yeah.
But I reached out to Derek Riggs back in the 90s. I said, dude, Cyberfrog. And he said, yeah, I'll paint you a cover. And he said $10,000. That's what he wanted. Wow. Which in the 90s, I was like,
you get that, dude, you get that Iron Maiden money. You're suddenly, your price is going to go up. Wow.
See, this is the thing. Iron Maiden came to me and asked me to do the Eddie comic book. They were doing an Eddie comic book series. So I had Lexi over at Maiden call me up and just be like, dude, the boys want you to do the Eddie comic. And I'm like, awesome. They go, how much? How much would it cost for you to do 4 issues? And I quoted them my DC rate. I said, 4 issues, we're talking like 30 pages an issue. You know, I'm going to want about $100,000 to do that project, which to me sounds fair. They balked at that. I said, you're Iron Maiden. Are you kidding me? Like that's your Iron Maiden. You couldn't pay me to do those 4. So I just let it go. I said, and it would have been a dream come true. This happened right at the beginning of Comicsgate. I would have gone from canceled at DC to working for Bruce Dickinson and Nico McBrain. But instead I said, I gotta make a living. I can't, what you guys want to pay me? I can't do that. I can't. And I want to. I've been drawing Iron Maiden since I was 12 years old. I've been drawing Eddie the Ed. Son of a bitch.
You would have been the perfect art because I don't know, just the way that you your sense of like perspective and using the sort of forward and back axis and whatnot, like it's very reminiscent. I'm sure it's influenced from Derek Riggs and whatnot. Like that Number of the Beast cover has that going on with the hand way out in front. Yeah, that whole thing. Like you would have been ideal for that comic.
See, Eddie was puppeteering the devil, and then the devil was puppeteering mankind, and they were all in hell. And that was the that's what Derek Riggs was trying to say. He was trying to say that Iron Maiden is controlling the devil, and the devil is controlling you. And therefore, why not skip the middleman? Just worship Iron Maiden. You know what I mean? Like, why are we worshiping the devil when we could just be worshiping Steve Harris, who wrote some great
Brilliant. They actually got like there were straight up like protests and cancellations and whatever in when they first toured America on that album. Hell, even on Killers, even before that, when they still had Paul Di'Anno, they started to tour America and they were getting protests even then. It's crazy.
They were getting protests with Paul Di'Anno. Like people knew who they. I always see them as just playing clubs
because of the violent imagery. It wasn't as bad. Number of the Beast, it really cranked up. Like that was the like big religious right kind of ascendance. But yeah, a little bit on Killers too.
His bloodlust defies all his needs. Yeah, that was good, man. That whole album was all about how great it is to kill people. Hookers are awesome. Hookers are in the second one, or the Number of the Beast, the third album, 22. Yes.
Oh no! They got Charlotte the Harlot too.
Oh, Charlotte the Harlot.
Yeah,
Charlotte the Harlot, show me your, what was that? How did that go again? I can't remember.
Show me your legs, I think.
Show me your legs, Charlotte the Harlot.
Or show me your place. Show me your place, I think. Yeah.
Charlotte the Harlot, let me see blood. Charlotte the Harlot, let me see love. Those were the lyrics. And that, as an 11-year-old, that really influenced a lot of my ideas about sex. You know, because I took that in and I was like, that's how it is, huh? Blood,
you
love.
and Ted Bundy.
Yes, very. And he was LDS too. He was Mormon, Republican. A man who I probably agree with about 95% of the time politically. Me and Ted Bundy line up. What is that called? The two circles?
Venn diagram.
A Venn diagram of me and Ted Bundy are pretty close. It's just the part about eating the asses of co-eds. Well, that's close, but literally eating them. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be in the Andes for that to happen.
That's correct. And you too, RazorFist, and don't you deny it. You and Ted Bundy are probably two circles right on top of each other, come to think of it.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
2% where we don't overlap that really define us.
Yeah. I mean, it really is the most waning sliver that separates me in a Venn diagram from our friend Ted Bundy. Student of God says, Mike Barron told me he wants to talk to Razor. He's got the link. He can come in here if he'd like to.
He reached out already, actually, on social media. So I with the lines of communication have opened.
Yes. All right, good. I like Mike Barron. He's great, man. He sends me CDs. I don't know why he sent me a CD. I don't know why he sent it to me. I don't have a CD player anymore. Do I?
You should.
No, I do. I do have one. I do have
one in your car still. Don't they?
No.
In cars?
No.
Oh man, they don't even sell them in them anymore. I had to buy one aftermarket to put in my Firebird.
You can't get a CD player anymore. I bought a VHS, old stock. It was still in the box, so new old stock, brand new VHS.
Out of a van.
No, it was on eBay, and it was like $300. But I knew it's going to work forever because it's brand new, and I barely work it. But I have these old VHS tapes that I found in a well in the woods. Every now and then I like to put them on.
I bought a VHS player out of the back of a van, and I took it home, opened up the box. It was a brick.
I was about to say they gypped you, but I don't want to be that's a slur. I think that's a slur.
But here's the thing. I found this out later on. Like, what happens if you hey, can I take it out of the box? Because Bill Burr explained it. He's like that. Then they hit you over the head with the brick and steal your money. So I lucked out.
Who does?
Who does? Box. I just accepted it was a VHS player and went about my way.
Shane Davis, in case you don't know, you're busy hitting urban youth over the head with a brick.
Yeah,
you missed this.
He's out here wilding.
He's wilding. He's legit.
Living my best life.
Yeah. Ghost of the Badland is live right now. It's closing down in just 29 hours. It's our friend RazorFist and our kind of friend George Alexopoulos, and we're hoping that this campaign gets to $300,000 tonight. It is cranking. Let me play this video again because Shane hasn't seen it, and we got like 1,200 people watching right now. So let's get more eyes on this. Ghost of the Badlands. Back it today.
Yeah. Didn't have quite the same ring as Ghost of Boca Raton, but we'll get there.
My God, Ghost of the Retirement Village in Florida.
Yes. Ghost of Del Boca Vista.
Beautiful. Ghost of the Badland. Badlands is live right now on Indiegogo, and what can I say? If you haven't backed this one yet, you're going to be sorry because it really does look great. We've gone through the artwork here. I will say this, and again, George Alexopoulos and I, not friends, but we should fix that. This right here, I wish I drew it. I can't say that about everything. I'm a pretty conceited artist. I'm pretty confident in myself. I draw the way I do because I don't want to draw like anyone else. But I will say this. For the first time in a long time, I look at an image and I say, I wish I drew that. You know? It's like I think that some musicians listen to songs on the radio and they go, man, I wish I wrote that.
It's called inspiration.
Yeah.
Is it inspiration?
It's inspiring. I love overhead establishing shots.
Yeah, I do too. There's so much information in them. I mean, this is what's so great about them. First of all, this is entirely believable. You know, I don't know if there was photo reference used for this. I kind of hope so. But in any case,
there are a few surviving photos of Canyon Diablo, and he used, you know, some of the building faces. We have overhead maps, believe it or not, of the area, so we kind of know how things were laid out, but we fictionalize from there, right? Like he's able to add his own flourishes. It's cool. One of the only surviving photographs, speaking of that cemetery, one of the only surviving photographs of Canyon Diablo is there were a couple of outlaws who robbed a poker game just outside Canyon Diablo. I forget where, maybe Winslow, something like that. And they got away, but the bags were so full of gold, and this is all a true story, they led a trail of gold all the way to where they were hiding, and they were hiding in Canyon Diablo. And they get gunned down by Arizona Rangers, or the prelude to Arizona Rangers, because the Arizona Rangers weren't quite around yet.
Trail of gold, and coins or nuggets? Like, I'm just curious.
Coins, I believe, coins. And so they're because it's not really big mining country out there,
right?
So they're trailing currency all over the place. They're found out, they're murdered, but they're part of a bandit gang who wasn't around to defend them at the time. So they go and they learn where they're buried, and they're buried in the Canyon Diablo cemetery. And they go and they dig up their corpse to give them, because they didn't, when they were killed or whatever, they were killed at a poker table and they hadn't finished their drink. So they dug their friend up to give him his last drink so he could finish his drink. So they dug up his corpse, propped it up on the wall, and you can see this photo. There's all his buddies are standing around with booze around this guy's corpse while he's propped up against the wall of the cemetery there, or the fence there.
I love that.
Absolutely. It's one of the only surviving photos of the place. This is how you know what this place was like. It's insanity. It's Tombstone times 10.
They did that with a rapper recently. Like this guy got shot to death, this kid. He's like a rapper. He had like a couple of hits. And, you know, they felt like he should have had one last night out at the club. So they propped his embalmed corpse up at the club. And they were all playing his music and dancing around him. This is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen. I actually showed it on.
We think that's weird, but Viking funerals. I mean, come on. I mean that. You know,
that's not weird. That's cool.
Not weird, but being propped up at a nightclub with a girl twerking on you, dead.
Shane, if you see it, like if you see the imagery, you're just like, that's wrong. There's something wrong about that.
I've seen it. Maybe he wanted to go out that way. You don't know.
Well, I'm sure he did. Lofty Pixels for $20 says RazorFist. He goes, RazorFist, if you love Punisher Warzone so much, to the point that you that a DVD display of it is part of your background in some of your earlier videos, why haven't you reviewed the movie on your channel?
Oh man,
and
I really
in that is you jerk. Like it really sounded nasty.
Dude, I do need to get around to it. I accept the epithet. I should have a long time ago. That movie's awesome.
Which movie was Punisher Warzone? That was
the one where he punches through a guy's skull. Whoa. The one where he
was that with Thomas Jane. Hang on, was that with Thomas Jane?
No, Ray Stevenson.
The other guy. Yeah.
Ray Stevenson from Ray Stevens. Is it a Ray Stevenson from Rome?
Right. Yeah.
Amazing.
So Warzone was the one in the large like skyscraper, right?
Yes. Where
Newman,
freaking Dennis Nedry from Jurassic Park was microchip.
Wasn't Lena Headey in that one?
I don't know. There was it had a decent cast. It was the first actual Marvel Studios movie, incidentally, for the very first one.
For some reason, they pretend it doesn't exist. It's like they drop it. It's like they never advertise that movie at all.
But it's amazing. It's like the woman they got to direct it. She had never done action and she had never done a comic movie, and so she was like. She read the script and she's like, "What the fuck?" Okay, so I guess this is Death Wish. Like this is Death Wish. We're just gonna make Death Wish 3 here.
Yeah. Wasn't Jigsaw in that movie?
Yes, it was.
I remember this. I remember this.
Jimmy McNulty from The Wire was the main bad guy.
Yeah.
The Wire was such a good show too, man.
Yes,
it made me not want to go to Baltimore though. And I like the
it's not a great tourist brochure.
No, it just made me feel kind of iffy about it. And I was planning on taking the family there, for vacation down to the ghetto in Baltimore, but I'm not doing it now. Not just because of that movie or that TV show though. There are other reasons too. I'll think of them eventually. But anyway, this is The Incredible Ghosts of the Badlands with fantastic artwork by our guy Georgi Alexopoulos. Look at this. Look at the rain. By the way, Shane, why don't you change the way that you draw and render rain? Okay, because
you too. I'll do it if you do it.
No, I'm going to. I need to do it. Like, this made me go, how come Cyberfrog hasn't been in the rain? Like, he would really do well in the rain because Cyberfrog needs to stay wet. But holy shit, like, this is badass. Look at the rain dust.
I've drawn, and at least in my crowdfunded stuff, a rain sequence.
Oh, really? Have you drawn it?
Yeah, I have when I worked on Batman a little bit. Like, it almost, like, I haven't had a rain sequence yet. You're right. I'm doing it.
All right, let's do it. Let's get some rain sequences going. Beautiful artwork all around. Even the detail in the way the sand has been blown around.
Yeah. How can you zoom in on that? That sand looks insane.
It's you know what it is, Shane? It's just sort of like crosshatch here to do the believe me, I look at this stuff too. I go, how do you do that? It's just crosshatch here to do the indentation of the waves of sand, and then you just put a layer of stipple over it. And that's basically it. But a lot of it is done with grays.
Actually, you just made that sound easy.
It is easy. It just looks good. Look, all of this is easy. When actual texturing is easy to do. It's what's hard to do. I'll show you what's hard to do. This shit is hard to do right here. Okay, when you got people being blown to pieces and it looks alive. You can feel it. You hear it.
Dude, I see this panel and I get flashbacks of playing Red Dead 2 like that.
Right?
I know. Yeah. It's like, let me zone out and I'm going to shoot him in the balls and the head and the wrist.
Yeah.
Just going to unload.
Good stuff great. Here. Honestly, this is to me, this is the book of the year. This is phenomenal. So I hope you guys are picking this up. Now, Cyberfrog 3 is coming. It's the book of the year so far. Okay, just everybody. Yeah. Cyberfrog 3 is coming, but nice. Ghost of the Badlands is phenomenal. We are zooming in on $300,000 to it. We just passed 297. Thanks everybody for backing this. I knew that you would. Just have to show you guys good stuff. It's like just show people that. RazorFist, the whole idea of this is to just show the customers and ask them to support. That's all it is.
I'd never done crowdfunding before. All my previous 2 books were all through a traditional publisher, and they did very well in that context. Not necessarily traditional in the traditional sense, but I mean, you can get my book in Barnes and Noble and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But like this is my first crowdfunding thing, and it's mainly because George is experienced with it. He's done it before, and he swears by it. So, and it seems to have done very, very well. So I think clearly he knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Good stuff. All right. So there's this. Shane, Cyberfrog 3. Are you excited about it or no?
Ever since I read Cyberfrog 2, I'm on edge waiting.
Nice. Working on Cyberfrog 3, trying to get this ready. We're going to be launching July 4th for Independence Day. And it's going to be legit. I'm very excited about it. I showed a page today online, and then people said spoilers, Ethan. No, and I took it down real quick, and I felt bad in my heart. Yeah. But I don't care. I'm going to show it again. Shane, Salamandroid. Look at his big puppy face. Oh, I'm not showing it. Hold on. Here it is. Salamandroid in the swamp. Look at his big puppy face, Shane. He's like,
I like his tongue hanging out sideways. Like if you ever had a pit bull, that's kind of the face they make.
Yep.
Yeah. He's a good boy. He's just happy to see his brother again. Yeah, he is friendly. And Heather's just like, he's not doing well, Sal. Cyberfrog can't, he's just bleeding out his mouth. So very excited about Cyberfrog 3. I hope you guys are too. We're gonna get this rocking and rolling this July. Crowdfunding is where it's at.
I saw that page in the back room earlier. It looked awesome in
Thanks,
black
brother.
and white.
Very cool.
Like, I can't wait to see it colored. That's
Yeah,
an
this-
actual page from 3, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting the trailer together. You know, you got to do a really good trailer. I pick out a pop song that came out before 1998. Did you know? And this is something. On the night of the Vespus invasion, August 16th, 1998, an album came out that I bought. Orgy. Remember Orgy?
Yeah, Orgy.
They did a cover of like
Blue Monday.
Blue Monday. That I didn't realize that, but I'm like, fuck, man, I got to use that in the soundtrack because it really that's of the time, you know.
Wait,
so.
the Orgy song or
Yeah.
the original? Oh.
I would just use the Orgy version because it's a lot heavier, and you know, it came out the day that Bill Clinton apologized for lying to
They
Congress.
had one other hit though, like Stitches, I think, but that maybe was off another album.
No, it was on the same album, but I don't remember that as well.
Stitches got airplay. I don't know if it's a hit. I don't even know if I would consider them a good band. I don't think they're bad.
They were big for a minute, like late 90s.
Yeah, but that
early
was all
2000s.
yeah, but that was all like coming in off the back of Korn and Limp Bizkit and Family Values and Kid Rock. Like they kind of got caught up in all of that. Like it was weird.
It wasn't that weird. Marilyn Manson was covering like but what came first? Marilyn Manson's Tainted Love or Orgies?
Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, I think
By a
Tainted
lot.
Love was probably first.
By a lot.
Yeah, Marilyn Manson did it first, getting all those old like new wave songs and then making them even creepier. I did the same thing. I Want to Sex You Up, and I did it kind of on my piano, but I did it like I did it a little bit like when I was singing it on my piano. I had the lights out. I made a nice music video. I was imagining I was Jeffrey Dahmer, and there's some great lines in that song, like "Making love until we drown. I wanna sex you up." Like it sounded pretty good on my piano. I don't know where that recording is.
Until We Drown sounds like ducks having sex. Have you ever seen ducks having sex?
No. Have
in
you?
the water? It looks like one's trying to drown another one. Like it's funny.
What the hell are you talking about, Shane?
Yeah, I'm a little alarmed. This is like you're aware of what this looks like.
Go to the
I go to
Badlands,
the park.
everyone.
Yes.
RazorFist, I'm the type of guy that goes to the park and feeds ducks. And every now and then I'm like, why is that duck trying to kill that other duck? And it's not. They're making love, but it's drowning it at the same time.
Right. Yeah, every time someone mentions ducks, do you notice that you can smell ducks? You can just remember the smell of ducks in a pond. They're just the filthiest fucking animals.
I was thinking of like duck under glass or something like that. I was thinking of like
no.
ducks,
Like
Peking
when
duck.
you have spent a lot of time outdoors at a pond around ducks, ducks have a smell. Like you just know the duck smell.
Yeah,
Geese do too. I gotta say, like, I'm really pissed off at New Jersey, and you know, RazorFist, you tell me what you think about this idea. We got a homeless problem, of course, in Philadelphia. They're all on fentanyl and meth constantly. Like it's a zombie zone. I don't know if you've seen those videos, or what Philadelphia looks like now, but anyway, there are a lot of hungry people, and yet we've got geese shitting all over the sidewalks everywhere. I don't know why, and they're a protected species. Hey, idiots in New Jersey. Hey, where's Chris Christie, by the way? Because I know he was a rhino, but you know what? He would have listened to this idea. Why aren't we fucking killing the geese, cooking them, and feeding them to the homeless? Because get them off of my property, and I want to feel good about myself for killing these animals.
Or just ask Chris Christie to eat them. I'm sure it'd take him like an hour and a half.
He would too.
Get him a good gravy going. Fuck.
Just give Chris Christie some dip and sauce and let him go.
Right.
That poor guy. That guy is like one terrible move after the next. Like I don't understand. Like he could have been president, but he made like a bunch of rotten, terrible decisions.
No, he couldn't. Hang on. I was in Jersey at the time he was a politician, like doing his everything. That guy had the charisma of a fucking rhino with hemorrhoids. Who liked him besides you?
I feel like he was in the primary. I feel like he was only in the primary for that one moment where he basically ended Rand Paul's entire campaign in one exchange. Like that was like the whole reason he was there, which is a shame because I love Rand Paul, but he demolished him. He hit him with all cannons, and Rand Paul was pretty much done from that point on. And then Chris Christie just went away.
Yeah. Well, there was that whole turnpike thing, like whatever that was, where. Can you explain that real quick, Ethan? I know you know all about it.
So there was a traffic jam on the bridge into New York, and Chris Christie, he encouraged unions, the truckers unions, to continue that traffic jam until some political. I don't even remember what it exactly was, but basically it was mafioso tactics to impose some law. I'm not sure what it was, to be honest with you, but it was something like that, and it pissed people off. And I don't know why. Like when I heard that he was doing that, I thought it was cool. But you know.
Unless you're stuck in traffic.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I don't care. You know,
perspective is everything.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. But anyway, yeah, it is sad. I feel like he just made a terrible decision after terrible decision, and. I tried to help him. I actually hung out with him at the Sting concert in Atlantic City last year.
Really?
Yeah.
You were in his orbit, as it were.
Yeah, we were in each other's orbits, 2 planets. Like, yeah, it was something else. But he destroyed himself. This was a really sad moment here. Everybody remembers this. Poor Chris Christie. He looks like Tor Johnson in Plan 9 behind Trump, drained of spirit. Like this, you know. Look at his face here, dude. Why you guys don't realize these Republicans don't even know what's going on? You don't know who Trump is yet. You don't understand that Trump represents the only hope for you not having to get down on your hands and knees and suck like corporate leftist cock. Like, don't you understand? Like, be proud of this guy. Get behind him. You got to put this face on. You got to put this mug on.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
I interpreted that at the time as he thought, oh, well, the rhinos, the Mitch McConnell people, they'll take back the board after a while. This guy will come and go. It'll be no big deal. So I'll kind of future-proof myself by seeming like I'm reticent about all of this. That was totally his formulation at the time, and we can see how well that worked out for him.
What a terrible thing. So shame on him.
Did you see that tweet? I forget who wrote it. Oh, it was Roger Stone who said, I think Chris Christie should run. Not for president. He should just run.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
You remember after Hurricane Sandy, there was that TV commercial, you could probably pull it up, where he's like on the beach on a like with a table by himself. Like it was just whoever did that commercial was such a bad idea. It was like he looks like a beached whale. It's like, what are you doing? Like, why would you? Who thought that was a good idea to put him on a beach by himself, as big as he is? Like, this is like not a good idea.
The only thing he can do at that size is grow the mustache, go full William Howard Taft, like go like Gilded Age. I'm saying wear like a waistcoat, look like a penguin. Like I'm saying.
I 100% agree with that. Like, okay, so people already have this idea about you. Just lean into that idea and make that work.
Roll with it.
Be the fat cat. You bet.
Yeah, 100% agree. Thank you guys. We just jumped up $1,000 on the Electric Blue Cyberfrog variant action figures, which is great. Appreciate your support. Cyberfrog Dark Harvest. This is the follow-up to Cyberfrog 2 Wreck Planet. We hit $150,000 today. Hey, thanks, my friends. I really agree.
Congratulations, Ethan.
Really appreciate it. Well, yeah, I
Hail
mean,
Confiscate.
yeah, we're doing good. This campaign is going to continue to be live, I think, all summer long. We're going to keep doing this, but for now, the main book is Dark Harvest. RazorFist Critical Drinker has a book called Dark Harvest too.
Oh,
and I was
I just realized that.
Yeah, I know. I came up with, I'm like, yeah, it's Cyberfrog Dark Harvest, and I was like, because of what the Dark Harvest is, it's important that it be called Dark Harvest. And people are like, Critical Drinker has a book called Dark Harvest, and I like almost canceled this whole thing, and I was trying to rejigger the name, and I just went, and then somebody said there are like 18 books on Amazon called Dark Harvest, so I didn't realize
Yeah,
that
the
either.
same thing kind of happened to me with Night Vale, right? Apparently, there's some podcast I'd never fucking heard of. That's whatever. It's welcome. The full title is "Welcome to Night Vale," two different words. I mean, I think I'm safe on that copyright wise, but I didn't even know about this damn thing. And people are like, "Is this like the podcast with the?" I don't even know what it is. But it's some kind of.
Yeah, I mean I think that like stuff happens that way, and I just critical drinker, no offense, it has I considered you, I really did before I decided I better just go with it anyway. But anyway, thank you guys for backing Cyberfrog Dark Harvest, and then of course tonight.
Oh hell yeah!
Tonight goes to the
Very
Badlands
cool.
as we walk towards $300,000. And guys, those of you who are backing this, I really think you're going to be glad that you did. This is going to be one of those books that you're going to pull out and read. And by the way, not a lot of dialogue here. You talk about that a little bit. Like, it's pretty sparse with dialogue. Is that what we can expect through the whole book?
It's very much plotted out like the French Western comics that I read. There's definitely dialogue sequences in it, but maybe because I kind of started out sort of drawing, more of an artist, I kind of want to let the artist tell the story a little bit more. It's comics. It's this is a visual medium. I'm a firm believer in the Marvel method. The artist is the final storyteller. So yeah, it's definitely not as wordy as my rants or my books. That's for sure.
I wonder what your scripts look like.
Pretty sparse, and I'm kind of like, hey, just this needs to happen in this panel. This needs to happen here. This needs to happen here. And sometimes I'll have a specific idea. Like the first page here was my visual formulation. I even thumbnailed it out.
This right here, what we're looking at now?
That whole page. Yeah, that idea of looking up from the dead body to the guy or to the, wounded guy, up to the ghost with sort of backlit by the moon. That whole idea I kind of came up with because he had a different idea for the first page and even drew it out. So I'll get a little more detailed here and there, but mostly like he knows what he's doing. He's a big boy. He can handle it.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like there are some writers like Alan Moore, who is most certainly like. Have you seen an Alan Moore script before?
I hate it. I fucking hate. I am definitely the anti Alan Moore. I've read his scripts, and it's just like, what are you writing, Dickens? What the fuck is this shit? What are you? Oh, and then you need to draw every crenellation in the castle with ivy catapulting. Fuck you, here, fucking Treebeard. Jesus Christ, let your artist do his job, especially.
Or tell me why. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you're gonna say, like, look, there needs to be ivy coming down, blah 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 blah, in this certain way, in this many ivy leaves. Tell me why. You know what I mean? Like, let me in on that, or leave me alone, because I'm gonna do it myself. Like Jeff Johns, I think was the perfect degree of kind of there needs to be enough information, RazorFist. You know what I mean? Like you saying your scripts are sparse. I'd like to see like exactly how sparse. Like how are you writing this? Because you've still got to tell a story, and things have to happen the way that you were envisioning them. So I'd love to see like what you're putting down on paper there for George to work from.
Super condensed is how I would describe it. Like for example, this whole action sequence here that happens. He drew it out like it was originally maybe 4 pages. He drew it out for like 8 or 9 or something. He was like, I want it to breathe. And I told him before we went into it, like, do that kind of stuff, right? Like if you feel like it needs more, go for it. If you feel like it needs less, cut a little bit out. It's not a big deal. I'm not married to it. I want this to be a collaboration. So he let it breathe is what I would say. Like he put more drama into this, because originally this was pretty simple in that it kind of is it's the Shadow, right, confronting all the gangsters at the beginning of the Shadow story. He's catching them mid foul deed and wasting them, and the whole idea of the scene is that he's supposed to extend the offer of redemption to the man on the ground, who we learn later basically committed an act of mercy with the little girl that you see there. He was supposed to kill her, and he spared her life. He just couldn't do it. He's a bandit, but he couldn't do it. whatever part of him human sort of stayed his hand, and he gets the Murphy from RoboCop treatment as a result.
Ooh.
And so the ghost kind of brings him back from the brink and enlists him as a missionary, and that's sort of the idea of the thrust of the story.
And so he becomes, so this guy here is the ghost.
No. This guy here is going to become one of their missionaries. He's essentially the
missionary.
proxy hero. Yeah, we learn about the ghost through his eyes.
Yeah. Awesome. I love it. It is terrific. And obviously it lends itself to sequels. And I hope you do consider doing that. I know comics aren't your main forte, but there's a good chance that you're really good at them, RazorFist. So
talking about laying script out like that for artists, you usually have a better success ratio with artists, no matter who the artist is, if it's a little bit open for their interpretation. You know, like you're usually going to get more enthusiasm, get their better work. They can draw from their strengths a little bit more. I actually prefer that. Like, you know, like I think that's the better scripts I've ever had. Working with Jeff, it was kind of loose, but just enough information. Somebody else I worked with was like that. Then I've had heavy scripts from like Mark Waid or somebody, and it's kind of like not like I don't know. Like you have no control over the pacing. You can't really add anything to it, you know. And it, you know.
Well, that's Alan Moore versus, you know, what RazorFist is talking about. Like he's talking about employing the Marvel method, which, of course, Dan Slott has made into a complete joke now, thanks to Disney Plus.
Right. No, like I mean the Marvel method. There was an interview conducted with the great Romita Sr., who he was being asked about doing Daredevil, which he wanted to stay on that book so bad, but Stan wouldn't let him stay on Daredevil. He wanted him to be on Spider-Man. And Romita Sr. loved Daredevil, and the thing he loved about Daredevil was that Stan didn't have a lot of time at the time. So he would just be like, okay, like this story needs to happen. All right, these are kind of the beats. Here's what happens at the end. Go to town. And his quote was something to the effect of, that's how comics always should have been written, because it's a visual storyteller's medium. It's let the artist be the storyteller.
Yeah, show don't tell type thing. It's a visual medium. A lot of people lose sight of that, you know.
Well, it's a visual medium, but at the same time, like I need to know that the writer that I'm working with has a vision. There's a story that needs to be told. And some visual elements are important and they need to be emphasized or at least shown. Also, the way I work is I want to know what background elements I can add to make the background interesting and relevant to what's going on in the story. So all of those things are important and helpful if the writer wants to throw those in there. But at the same time, you know, this tight, anal retentive sort of Alan Moore, you know, this is how many bricks we need to show on the ground. And he does write like that. To me is unnecessary and controlling. And I think it means that your mother didn't breastfeed you and you're probably gay. All of those things. I don't need that. You know, I just want to know how I can best tell your story because you're the writer. So, you know, what do I need to know that you need? And then what am I allowed to do to add to that? And that's the struggle. I wouldn't leave it like loose, like it's just visual. So let the artist just do whatever he wants. Like I disagree with that. I think everything has to be in service of the story itself at all times. Shane
is the only person on this panel that's not an artist.
What do you mean, Shane? Like I'm talking like Marvel plot. There is a story. There's a a setup, a climax, a resolution. That's kind of how the Stan Lee stuff works.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Stan Lee, incidentally, was one of the first people to recognize, for all the fuck good it did, he's one of the first people to recognize that, hey, American comics, this monthly format thing is not going to work. We're eventually going to have to like move to volumes and numbers and whatever. He recognized that in the late 70s and the early 80s when he kind of pushed for Epic to become a thing.
Yeah.
And Marvel didn't really run with that. They didn't. I don't think they ever fully committed to that. If they had, they probably would have future-proofed the company. They probably wouldn't be dealing with what they are right now.
Well, they would have had more creators were putting in on Epic because there were some creator-owned properties there. Like Jim Starlin did Dreadstar there originally, right?
You're right.
Epic, yes.
All right, yeah, I remember those Marvel Epic books. My dad used to collect those magazines, and they had boobies in them, so that was a good thing. Blast Radius says for $10, I don't want to hear about how leftists are supposedly more creative than the right when many of them are getting axed in Hollywood right now and their shows getting canceled. Lol. Blast Radius is rubbing it in right now.
It's true though. I mean, Jesus, if you step across the picket line right now, you get a free job. Jesus Christ! Like, try and marginalize yourself even harder, guys.
Yeah, the picket line's something else. I would scab in a second. There's got to be a way that we can exploit the WGA. There's got to be a way that we can do that here, and we could rub in our freedom and show that we don't support these leftists and they're pay me more to write more propaganda to inspire your kids to cut off their genitals. There's got to be some way that we can win on that. Shane, I'm going to leave that up to you. Will you think about that for a little while and then get back to me with a good plan?
No.
Shane, new.
I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, like, I'm not fighting that bad. I mean, there's only so much I can do. There's only so much I can do. I was telling somebody the other night, there's 2 gyms I go to, the kickboxing gym and then just when I'm lifting
and your boyfriend
or cardio, and I both have a woman identifying as a man in them, like different ones too. It's like it's getting on the street level scenario. I don't know where we're going to be at this time next year. Like it's escalating.
All right. Well, it is going to get worse and worse, but all we can do in the meantime, while we're trying to formulate a plan, let's point at Kathleen Kennedy, and let's say to Kathleen Kennedy, how many more times? By the way, speaking of trans, holy shit!
Right? I'm saying she could be like a nose tackle for the Oakland Raiders. What's going on here?
Right.
This is what is going on, ma'am?
When did she turn into Bruce Jenner? The fuck?
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Bruce Jenner. Jeez, gosh. Those lights are unforgiving on that red carpet. They really are. But also, it's like she's lifting weights. She's getting ready to come after Doomcock. Doomcock, look out. I think this one wants to beat your ass. She's like, I'm not getting fired anytime soon, Doomcock, but you are. Like this. Right in your mask.
Preparing for that backup career in celebrity boxing, I'm thinking maybe.
100%.
What do you think she can bench?
I don't know. A lot. She's destroyed Star Wars, Indiana Jones, the Muppets. I think she can lift a lot of shit.
Yeah.
She's torn a lot of franchises to pieces. By the way, Doomcock, if Kathleen Kennedy comes after you, I've got your back, and I think RazorFist will too. We'll help you out. Joan Wong says, "Hey EVS, RazorFist, Dojo, and Shane, where can I find your PO box and emails? I would like to send you guys a copy of the new Clownfish TV comic. Thank you."
It's at the bottom of any of the videos on my channel. So the PO box is there, guys.
You don't want to say it aloud. Why?
I don't remember it.
You really don't remember your own PO box?
No, I don't.
Mine is PO Box. Yeah, PO Box 607, Marlton, New Jersey 08053. And I'm not afraid of you guys. I will say this: there is a guy, Owen Benjamin, who has a stalker who came to his PO box, and that's how. Like she said, "I'm here to heal you." She said, "I was called by God to heal you," and she slept outside of his post office because she knew, like, he goes to his PO box like every other day, and she tried to heal him. He said, "No thanks, ma'am. I don't need to be healed." So listen, I don't have fans like that. I don't have weirdo fans like that. I just have the salt of the earth people who back Cyberfrog, people who back Ghost of the Badlands, people who back Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex, and people who back Dojo Coon's Projectile Reptile.
Yeah.
So
I want to ask people though, don't mail me edible stuff anymore, whether it be edible underwear or baked goods. Like, I'm not eating it.
RazorFist. One time I said, "Hey, my fans, you know what the thing about me is? I don't get to smoke no dope." I said, I've smoked pot 3 times in my life, and it only worked once. And I said, I wouldn't even know where to get marijuana. if I wanted it. I wouldn't know how to do that, you know. And so I go to my P.O. box, and somebody sent me a crate of the finest herb, hand grown, separated by baggies, and called things like Purple Hulk and things like that, you know.
Right.
Was there cops with drug dogs waiting?
Well, see, I wouldn't, like, if there was, like, I didn't get caught because I didn't even know what was in it. I didn't know what it was till I got home. I opened it up and I said, what's this? And Andrea said, holy shit. Like, Andrea knew what it was. It's like, holy shit. So I tried to smoke some of it and it didn't work, but the rest I gave away. But I'm telling you, like, I have really, really good. And I asked Hunter, my son knows about the herb. I said, how much is this? He said, this is about $800 worth of marijuana, Dad. So I want to thank my fans.
How many years would that have been?
How many years what?
Of time. Like, is it legal
Right.
in Jersey?
In jail?
How
you
much
mean?
is this? Oh, about 10 to 20. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that's a fan.
This was right before I think it's completely legal in New Jersey now.
All
You know,
right.
everything like everything horrible for you is legal in New Jersey, so that you can forget that you live in New Jersey, and they rob you in your state taxes. But yeah, so I think I would have been okay. But again, I want to thank my fans who, when I asked to send me drugs, they do, and like amazing. I was just kidding, you know. And, all right.
It's the first step toward asking them to take drugs.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't want them to do bad things. I want them to understand, like, I'm 48 years old, and you know, I think I'm over the hill, probably. I'd hate to think that I'm going to live to be over 100. I hate to think that. That's like not what I want to do.
Is it
But
better to be over the hill or under the hill?
I don't know what under the hill means, but
It means you're dead.
6 feet under, yeah.
I don't want to die. I'm not in any mood to die, but I don't want to live to be 100 and some. I don't.
Oh man, you see how some of these people live. Did you see that weird viral video of the guy in China who looked like Gollum? He was in the what the fuck? He looked like an animatronic figure. Please kill me before that happens.
RazorFist, I thought that was Alien Autopsy. I was like, what is this? What are we looking at here? And then it goes over to the girl, right? The little girl who touches it, and it goes, suck my tongue. Like that. I was like, ew, God, gross. Oh, by the way, we have another friend here. Welcome, Rainey. Hello.
Hello.
Irene Strakowski, meet the great RazorFist. RazorFist, meet the great Irene Strakowski.
Hello, it's good to make your acquaintance.
She's a fantastic
you.
artist. All right.
Seen her.
Hi, Rainey.
Yeah, she is.
Hi, Dojo. Hi, Shane. Hi, Ethan. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
See, why can't Shane be more like Irene? You know,
I have a dick and a deep voice.
Yeah, it's time to transition, buddy.
What?
Well, I'm not saying he needs to transition.
All this SJW stuff started with the transition. Like, why can't you be more like that?
No, I just mean friendly and fun.
I was friendly when I came in. Oh my god.
All right.
Shane, I believe in
I'm
you.
drawing. I'll turn my camera off. Hang on.
You can put on a happy kawaii voice as well. I believe in you.
Hey guys, back Fiendish! Yay!
What a good idea. Fiendish by Irene Strakowski. Check this out.
Yeah!
RazorFist, you're going to love this.
I know I am. It looks like it's fantasy.
It is. It's fantasy.
Hell yes, Comicsgate.
Absolutely. You know, RazorFist, one of the things about this is not only is the art fantastic, but you would be amazed at the kind of effort she puts into world building.
Yeah,
Oh.
I love that kind of stuff. I love that kind of
Right.
stuff.
I'm mildly insane about it. RazorFist, I've heard quite a bit about you. I heard you're into languages as well, so I'm a fan. Hello. And for Fiendish, if you're interested, I built a language and a world and mythologies and gods and species and stuff, and there's a whole website for that. Go to fiendishcomic.com if you want to check that out. And we
And
are
a magic system.
complete. And a magic system, yes, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's a big long series, and that's what she said. I'm sorry. I can't help it. But book 2 was on this campaign you guys are seeing right now, and we are inks complete. So I'm really excited. I'm doing flats and lettering and wrapping up the production, and we're hoping to go to print really, really soon. So thank you all for your support. I'm really excited to show this all to you.
Thank you, Irene Strakowski. Great to have you here. We got a super chat from Blast Raiders for $20. It says, leftists today in Hollywood literally are creatively bankrupt, putting out terrible remakes and reboots of 80s and 90s works from their betters. They try to put out something new like Strange Worlds, and it bombs. Well, you know, because it's gay. I'm sorry, but like that's the main focus of. By the way, some teacher showed their kids Strange Worlds in their classroom. I think they lost their job. They got reprimanded for it. I love Florida right now. I really do. I love that. There's just no tolerance for this. Emperor Creatine. Do you think and thank you for $20. She says, do you think the eventual fate of Disney is to end up like DC and Marvel, becoming giant IP vaults that just license their stuff out and never create anything again? It might be the only way Lucasfilm is to recover after KK.
Man, I don't know how you guys feel, but I always stress when people talk about Disney, you know, when they're like, they're almost too big to fail. It's like, guys, we're like, I don't know, 15 years removed from Disney's last major bankruptcy scare. Does anybody remember this? Like, before they bought Marvel and before they started acquiring IPs like Lucasfilm and said, they were in the doghouse. Like, they were in danger, not necessarily of going out of business, but certainly bankruptcy. They were in serious financial trouble in the immediate aftermath of like the Michael Eisner years. And I think people kind of underestimate how quickly that can turn around in the other direction. A succession of failures, especially high-profile billion-plus-dollar failures, that isn't good for any company, much less one that only got back on its feet, you know, a decade and a half ago.
Yeah, and again, it's a house of cards because Marvel Comics is completely relying on Disney to exist, to just exist. So you know, if Disney isn't stable and they're losing money, I mean, they're just not making.
Did we talked about the Michael Jackson stuff back in the day? Did we ever talk about the fact that when I interviewed Taj Jackson, the nephew of and Brandy Jackson, the niece of one of the Jacksons, they actually said that Michael had tried when Marvel was almost bankrupt or did declare bankruptcy in '97. Michael Jackson almost bought them. He almost would have owned Marvel Comics. He was in talks.
I was friends with the old art director at the time, Darren Auk, and supposedly there's actual video footage that he had requested that they didn't record it, but somebody at Marvel actually set up a camera and recorded the meeting. But that's official. He did almost buy Marvel Comics at a time.
Is that true? And is there video of that? Somebody has video.
That would be amazing.
I don't think it's been ever released online for legal reasons. But there was a sit down meeting, and he was looking at the company, and I don't know what he was going to do with Marvel, but he was serious about buying it.
Yeah. It was an actual thing. He was a huge comic fan, until the day he died.
He should have bought it. It would have been better. I think it would have
Probably.
been better for him too. You know. Ghost of the Badland. Badlands, everyone. I keep saying Ghost of the Badland. Look at this. We are almost there, guys. We're just less than $1,000 away from hitting that triple six-figure young lady.
Wow.
Which is going to be good. That's all I wanted to do. I told RazorFist, I got to get this. I got to see this thing get to 300,000 at least. And by the way, let me just say this, RazorFist, and I know you're not going to listen to me, and it's okay. I understand. This is a $500,000 campaign. If you gave people another 30 days, it would get there. I understand that you don't care, but I'm just saying around here we see this as a score, and I would love to see this hit because if this were 500,000, this would be in the top 10 of all time crowdfunding campaigns. So it's just I understand like you want to get it out and stuff like that, but I'm just saying I'll say this: it has the juice, as it were, to get to $500,000 easily, maybe even $6. People just need a little bit more time.
It could be. A lot of people are still hearing about it for the first time. I mean, we didn't. It was a crazy month for us. We were trying to promote. Gosh, me and Cecil have been going back and forth in DMs trying to get an appearance on his show. I feel so bad, but like I haven't been able to promote it as much as I want because other stuff has been going on in the background, and I'm just trying to sort of promote it. But yeah, it's my first go. It's my first crack at any kind of crowdfunding. So we're sort of learning as we go how to promote it and get it out there so people know about it.
So I saw someone ask in the chat, do you plan to take this in demand?
Actually, it looks like what we're gonna do is we're gonna go with my actual normal publisher for after the campaign's over. They're just gonna keep it in print because they can get it into bookstores, they can get it onto Amazon, They can get it everywhere. So they're already better suited to make sure that it's just always in print. And that way it's no headache for me or George or whatever. And it will always be available to you guys if you just hop on Amazon or wherever.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Ghosts and Badlands. The link is in the description, by the way. So back it while we talk about this nonsense. Kathleen Kennedy teases future Star Wars projects will adapt High Republic stories. How's that going to work? Didn't that all get pushed away?
It was all laughed at. None of it sold.
Touts company's ability to transparently communicate their storytelling. Lucasfilm president Kathleen. Oh, look at her, dude.
Look at that dude, you mean? Jesus.
Are they really going to do that? They're gonna adapt the High Republic comics to. Are they really going to do that? Like
I don't know what they're adapting. There's like 1 million books of High Republic.
Oh,
well, when that
cross-platform with it, so like, what are they adapting?
Dude, did you read any of it? I read.
No,
some
nobody
of it.
did. Nobody did. There's a fucking rock. They had a character that's a fucking rock. Like nobody geoed. Like nobody read this shit.
No, but I did though. I read some of it because I was like, yeah, I did. I wanted to just have an idea of
every day. Look,
no, it's my job. Like I was doing Star Wars videos, so I had to know what I was talking about instead of just reacting to things. So I was reading it, and it was just as shitty as like it was this idea that before the Force there was a feminine power in the universe called the Light or something like that, and then there were like it was so goddamn awful. And then there was like a female captain who was just brave and true, and every single it was so. I'll go back and read it for a refresher. I'll just skim through it so I can remember what it was. But I remember like reading it and being so angry at the time about it.
So you think we didn't catch that Gilligan's Island reference, but we did. We did, and we appreciate it.
All right, let me see here. Kennedy made an appearance on Entertainment Weekly's Dagobah Dispatch podcast. What the hell? Where she was asked, you have a huge book initiative with the High Republic and all these novels coming out. So is that a space where we're going to start seeing... Can I just ask people to stop calling just groups of fans spaces? I mean, I can't take the lingo anymore. I'm sorry, Andrew, if you're sleeping, but fuck! There's a space like we need to. This is a space that's safe, and this is a space where we're going to see more on screen, more High Republic. Everything is so cringe. When I think space, like I think like a little nook, like in a home. That's a nice space. I could put pillows in there, throw pillows, and I don't think of like a group of fat, sweaty nerds that are all interested in the same thing. I don't do that.
You mean
I just think
you don't think of a fandom that you can hijack
as a space. Well, that's space is the new community. Now remember, like community used to be the old term, and it's like it's so hard because it's become such a big part of the lexicon that I even find myself calling us a community, and I have to I cringe and I back away. What's a community? A community is like you have an obligation to it. See, that's the key to it. That's calling fandom a community means you have an obligation. Like your FOA, you know, is your obligation to your actual community. Like you have to make sure your lawn is cut. You know, your dog can't be running around biting tourists, whatever it is. You have an obligation. And when you call like Star Wars fandom is the community, well, then you have an obligation to like push negative influences out. You have you can call people toxic fans and things like that because they don't belong in the community. And meanwhile, it's just people who like Star Wars. So shut the fuck up. And then, you got like space is another thing. Like this is just a space where like fandom can grow and flourish. I hate these people so much, and I'm sorry. I'm embarrassing myself in front of RazorFist. I should not be losing my temper.
No, you're not. No, you're not. My only knowledge of space is that Macho Man Randy Savage assures me that it is the place. And leave it out of our lexicon. Leave it out of our bullshit. I don't want to hear about it. I don't. This is. I think you're right, though. I think you're actually hitting on something there. The obligation aspect, I think, is a driver there.
It's all about control. That everything is about control and power with UAWs. And it's the language that they use to gaslight, to make you feel like you owe them something. And there are good guys and bad guys within fandom. Like fandom is like something that's a group that we all have to. No, I mean, I like Star Wars.
It makes sense they would say this now, though.
Why?
Because they kind of burned it down. So now they have to fashion themselves as the people trying to rebuild it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But it really is about like again, everything is about control. It's not about rebuilding anything. They're not interested in rebuilding or fixing anything.
Well, no, they're not. But they want everybody to get behind them and back them one more time.
It's about compliance. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's really what it comes down to is compliance. They want to be able to tell you how you're allowed to behave. It's to the point where, look, pronouns don't matter to the person who believes they need to be exercised, right? They're an imposition on the people around them.
Right.
They're never going to use the damn pronouns. Other people are going to use them. It's a way of imposing a modified behavior on people, complete asshole strangers like you just met 5 minutes ago. It's absolute. That's totally at the root of it.
Yeah.
It's about power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this is happening. Again, ultimately what this is about is, getting to your kids, getting to your children. All of this comes down to that. The reason why these people are here, these weirdos are here, infesting something that as meaningless, you would think would be meaningless and trivial, unimportant, frivolous as Star Wars, is because, you know what? Like they've been on the news. They have infested academia, but not everybody gets to go to school and become Marxists. So these Marxists need to go where people go for pleasure, where they go for fun. That's why they started infesting video games, and that's why they started infesting Star Wars and comics, because we're going to go there anyway. We're going to go there at our own leisure. We want to go there, and so that's where they're going to meet us. And that's where this all comes from. The idea of community and everything. Immediately, they want to control, manipulate the people that are there just to have fun, make changes, get rid of toxic influences, and then immediately start re-educating those who stick around.
Well,
which I think is a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, whether you like it or not, it's a brilliant tactic, though. You just hijack a recognizable IP and turn it into your device for propaganda. Like, I mean, it's effective technique. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but you kind of have to go, hey, that technique, it works. You're getting across, like you have to kind of admire your enemy's ability to do something correct. It's wrong. I hate it, but
there's a root. Yeah, there's a historical root of this that actually kind of goes back to Antonio Gramsci. I talked about this in some of my videos here and there, but Antonio Gramsci was sort of the first of the Marxists. He's in prison. He was arrested by the fascists, I believe, in Italy, and his conception was, we were told by Marx that capitalism is going to collapse and we'll have the global communist revolt, and it's not happening. Capitalism's not collapsing.
Right.
So we have to admit that it needs to be induced, like Lenin did. But what's happening and what's stopping capitalism from collapsing is that people are retreating into their bread and circuses. Right? That's so the idea of this sort of Gramscian Marxism, cultural Marxism, whatever you want to call it, is that we need to now move into the bread and circuses. We need to now completely subsume them so that there's no retreat from politics. There's no retreat from what they would call the struggle. And so that they're constantly politically under threat and in this kind of political fight or flight. And I honestly think that's why having a forefront of, again, not necessarily conservative entertainment, because there's nothing conservative about what I've done or my books or anything, but just non-ideological entertainment, that becomes a revolutionary act, really, in that context, because you're refusing to comply to basically the social dictum that's been laid down by the prevailing order, politically, socially, creatively, whatever, all across industries. And I'm preaching to the converted here with Ethan, because you witnessed it firsthand and suffered the effects of it. And Shane, same freaking deal. Everybody has dealt with this.
Absolutely true.
I actually had a meeting with somebody on a platform like a couple of weeks ago, and there was a question about something on my social media, because I guess I had a thumbnail for The Little Mermaid and it said girl boss or something like that. And right away, that was a red flag to them, that they're like, well, that you shouldn't say things like that. And I'm like, well, why? Because I'm criticizing, The Little Mermaid being race swapped. I'm like, this is a whole thing about attack on gingers and every ginger character is getting race swapped. And this is thing. He's like, oh, but it struck me weird that at this point in time, what's happening with fictional characters, that pop culture characters, is now becoming super politicized. Like it's not like within just our fandom wheelhouse anymore. It's on the street level. Like you're supposed to like The Little Mermaid because that's the correct new way we're supposed to think. And if you don't like it, then you're this. It doesn't matter if it looks bad, it looks horrible, the fucking fish looks like nightmare fuel singing, or the crab, none of that matters. But if I can't criticize it anymore, and we're at that level, and it's so bizarre. Like, I don't think we actually understand that the stuff we're talking about is super hot topic politics.
100%.
I don't think they realize that it's politics. So I think to them, because this ideology cloaks itself, and this is just the right morals, almost like a secular modern religion. And I think in a lot of people, in especially America, have taken it on in the absence of actual religion and actual tradition. They've been taught to shed that for several generations now, and they're taking on wokeness as this is the moral achievement or the moral guidelines, except it's completely political, and it's actually destroying our small L liberal society, and they don't realize what they're pushing.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's really been it, is in a time when they are basically subsuming all entertainment, causing it to be politically engaged, whatever. Like you're completely correct. It's essentially a secular religion. There's a guy, what's his name? He does like video essays on YouTube. James Lindsay talks about this a lot, about the religious connotation of Marxism, and how basically it is, they recognize that religion was a huge obstacle to the imposition of Marxism. So the state had to become the religion. Mm-hmm. And I think he's dead on. I know a lot of people disagree with him about one thing or another, but I completely agree with him on that point. That's one of the reasons when you look in the history of especially American communism. I did a video called Hollywood Was Always Red a couple of years ago. And in doing my research for that, I learned that in the state of California, one of the big facilitators of sort of communism becoming more accepted in the circles of intelligentsia or whatever was actually the Catholic diocese, the Diocese of California. A lot of the bishops were red, and they started bringing this in more and more. And so first they use religion, and then they do away with it, and they make the state the religion. They replace it.
Yeah. One of the sons of the Marx brothers wrote a fantastic book exposing, was it Groucho's grandson or son? Maybe Harpo. I got to find it. I did download it digitally. The Hollywood 10, exposing them. They were all commies. The Hollywood 10, every single one of them were paid agents of Stalin. And for some reason, for like 50, 60 years, we're sitting there sucking their dicks and pretending they're victims. I can't stand these people. I swear to God. Oh, the Rosenbergs were innocent. We shouldn't have sent them to the electric chair. RazorFist, how do you feel? I'm against the electric chair. How are you with that for communists?
Yeah, the electric chair I'm not crazy about. I'm not completely against the death penalty, but the electric chair has never been a favorite of mine.
Let me pitch this to you. An electric sectional so that we can get like 20 of them. 20
the electric rubber diaper. Come on.
Let's get them all in there. Let's get these communists in 20 at a time and electrocute them. All of these people are traitors to the country, every single one of them. And then it's like, oh, they're innocent victims. They were planning this. The blacklistings of the 1950s were just rehearsal for what they're doing right now, actually. Calling people Nazis, getting them blacklisted, cancel culture. These people planned this. They planned these tactics for 70 years. And we just started to uncover them in 1996 with the Venona decrypts. And God bless Bill Clinton's. Right before Bill Clinton was probably in a good mood because he had gotten a blowy from Monica Lewinsky, and he released those CIA decrypts of the Venona files. And we found out what America always knew. And there's some shameful people in these three-letter agencies that knew McCarthy was always right because they were feeding him the information. You think Hoover wasn't giving McCarthy names and information? Of course he was. And then he'd back away and go, I don't know. But of course he was. He was leaving that up to McCarthy and getting this information out with the State Department, employing, full-fledged communist agents. And we were lied about it. I don't know how you feel about this, RazorFist, but...
Well, sorry to interrupt, but you're talking about, getting your toys done in China, and we were talking about the CCP a little bit. The only reason China's communist is because they embedded, or one of the main reasons is because they embedded communist agents in the State Departments, not just in the US, but also in Japan. And they were working from both sides to undermine Chiang Kai-shek and get us to back away from him. And we learned during the Venona intercepts that the main agent who was at the State Department influencing our policy toward China and ultimately handing China over to the communists was RazorFist.
RazorFist.
His name was in the Venona papers. And McCarthy, if you watch that piece of shit movie, Good Night and Good Luck, they try and make it seem like Joe McCarthy was a nut job for accusing him of being a communist agent. And he was one. He 100% was one. And fuck George Clooney.
Fuck George Clooney. Fuck everybody involved with that movie and all of that. Listen, McCarthy had his flaws. He was a big, dumb, fat guy. By the way, the one thing that, first of all, RazorFist, you see that black and white? See where my finger is pointing? Can I point at it? Right above Cyberfrog? That's an autographed picture of what it is. That's an autographed picture of Senator Joe McCarthy, and it hangs over Cyberfrog. That's how important Senator Joe is to me. Big fan of his. But he was right, and I think he's a symbol. And we mustn't forget that the tactics that brought him low and allowed generations of Americans to be gaslit while their government was invaded, infested, and overrun, by communists and subversives. And even today, you're watching people talk about, you're watching leftists use language that absolutely describes themselves. Traitors. They're talking about insurrectionists. They're talking about all of these things. This is exactly what they're up to and what they've been up to for years. These people are absolutely terrible. And that's why Shane Davis is here with us and not with the commies, because he recognizes that. And John Malin does.
I'm trying to breed them out. I mean,
I
You know, I'm
appreciate
doing
you,
my
Shane.
part.
Wait, because Yanzi's Chinese.
I like how you left her out of it.
Singaporean. I'm trying to do my part.
I'm proudly not communist. Hello.
Hey, there you go.
Good.
Hey.
I came 1906 for $10 says they intentionally took prayer out of schools, attacked and beat Christianity out of the mainstream, and then went after kids and filled that void with Marxist cold ideology. Thank you, I came 1906. You're 100% right about that. And we got a new member here, Jegs Dino God. Welcome, thank you. And I hope you go look. Membership comes with some benefits. We're going to be having a new line of 9 Cyberfrog trading cards, Salamandroid Death Sting trading cards, mailed free to all channel members starting in June. We're going to start that 9-card series. I'm one of the few people that does physical perks. I can't do them every month, but I try to get like 9 cards out, and then we take a little breather. Another 9 cards. Thank you guys for being channel members. We mail them out, exclusive collectibles. So join the channel. Richard Slammer says, hello, Ethan. I'm an a-hole of Razor's fandom. Is that what you call your fans, a-holes? Speaking of spaces, the skipper said this. Gilligan, there are 3 types of spaces. Space out there, space down here, and space in between your ears. SJWs also are. Okay.
Great show.
Fantastic. I love Gilligan's Island.
I was watching a Western the other day, and his actor was one of the main bad guys. And I was like,
Alan Hale Jr.
threw me completely for a loop.
He did a lot of work. He was working all through the 50s and 60s, Alan Hale Jr.
Yeah.
So Alan Hale Sr. was actually in a lot of John Wayne movies. So that's probably why that happened. Like he had connections. Ladies and gentlemen, the great RazorFist is with us tonight. And I got to tell you, this is a hot night. It is a hot night. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, amazing. And let's stand and salute the great RazorFist with some Euro trash. $300,000. Right. This is what manhood means, RazorFist. This guy.
If those kids were any more smashed together, they'd bond at the subatomic level.
You are my sunshine, my light night and day.
Yes.
Incredible passion, you show me the way. My body's on fire, it's burning so hot. Every night, I hold you tight. Every day, every night, I hold you tight.
$300,000.
Right on.
I love seeing RazorFist's reaction to this.
I have no idea what is with that Richard Boone mustache, but I'm loving it.
That's going nuts. It's like fire.
I think he's got the Elvis, the leather Elvis suit.
When we're together, I'm feeling so strong.
Together.
Promise and motion. I'm here to please you. I am your man. Every day, every night, I hold you tight.
This is all because of you guys, Cat. You made this happen. Enjoy.
The squinting. I just smell the fart squinting. I love it. Yes! You've got sunglasses on and you're still squinting.
That's how bright his future is, man. He's got a squint with sunglasses.
Oh, getting the fire pot going. I feel like this is building to a live sex act.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch on to the fact that he has a mullet until now.
Doesn't he still have a mullet like 10 years later?
Yeah.
And the same mustache.
Same hair, same mustache.
Hell yeah, we are, ladies and gentlemen. Ghost of the Badland has hit 300,000 and change. Oh, we owe that to you. That's a big, enormous success. We were hoping to get there tonight, and we did it.
Hey, now
feels good.
Thank you all. Thank you all. And the germane to the topic of state religion and religion, I think the new update was just put up about the sort of religious and biblical themes and whatnot of the Holy Ghost, some of the background of what's going into the story.
Look at this.
Oh.
All right, let's read this.
It's it'll be out in video form probably in another couple of hours. I'll be making a video version of this sort of update.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, people were saying, like, can you ask about ghost stories? And I was like, what is that about? So this is what it is. Your updates are
they're called ghost stories. They're just sort of the background and some of the real history of the actual Arizona town, and also just some of the themes and such, the creation, basically. It's behind the scenes stuff of how the story was made. This particular entry deals with the concept of divine retribution in storytelling and the biblical basis of it, and all of that. It's the whole theme of the story is built around the story of Saul and his conversion into Paul the Apostle and the vision on the road to Damascus and all that stuff. That's actually the opening stuff. The preview pages are kind of like an Old West version of Saul's vision on the road to Damascus, is sort of the way that's shaped. But read the book, you'll see what I'm talking about. So it's kind of interesting.
That's really cool.
James Johnson sent over $20 to say Rockefeller wrote in his autobiography that he took Mao from Yale and then planted him in China to change the country to an allopathic medicine. He wrote that he doesn't care about communism or capitalism. He says he only wants power. That's spooky. I think Mags Visaggio doesn't care about communism either. Just wants power. Most of these people do, ultimately, I think. Let me read this. Ghost Stories with RazorFist for the Holy Ghost. Do you mind if I read this, RazorFist? Or
I don't mind. Just know that it's going to be released in video form very shortly.
I'm not going to read. Yeah, I won't read it then. In that case, everybody go watch the video. Ghost of the Badland, Badlands back it today. And then Dojo Kun Projectile Reptile as well. That's the other thing we're promoting tonight.
Yeah, thank
it's
you.
Nice to have you here, Brian.
I appreciate it. Even we've got a few more backers because of it. So it's great that I've been on. And met RazorFist, see Shane and Rini again. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Good to meet you. And Rini has Fiendish. Let me see. Where did I put Fiendish up here? Fiendish is a huge success as well. I mean, just gigantic. We're so proud of Irene. Gold Arrow Comics says, hey, Comicsgate, enjoying the conversation tonight. Please check us out when you can. That's Gold Arrow Comics. They're up on Indiegogo right now. And they had a great trailer. Do you remember they had this
was it Girl in a Diner or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that trailer. What was the name of that book?
There were 2 books associated with it. Gold Arrow Comics. Let me see. Spring of 2022. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to show you this video because this is it. I wish that they were actually making movies as well as comics because I love this trailer so much. We have a lot of super creative people in this space. Watch this. Space, I just called it. Fuck, they got me.
They did get you.
They got me. Shit, it immediately becomes part of your verbiage. It just clicks with you. God damn it. I'm going to stop that. Hold me to that. Do not let me fall into that. All right. Anyway.
A wardrobe gal once told me, honey, there are 2 kinds of actresses, up and coming or down and out. Up and coming didn't last long. The other diners in this establishment don't realize that 30 seconds from now, there is going to be a massacre. Luckily, I'm going to preserve it on film. A blood-splattered screen test. At one time or another, we all get stardust in our eyes. Some dreams we can never outrun. And some mistakes we never stop paying for.
I would marry her and she'd ruin my life. I know it.
That
Psycho
Oh
eyes.
man,
Comic book story
I'm
Terry.
digging this.
Gold
That is a
Arrow Comics.
oh man, that image of the kind of Betty Page looking chick on the side was totally Dave Stevens. A takeoff of Dave Stevens, the Rocketeer.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing feels like that. The whole thing feels like the kind of exploitation flicks of the late 50s, like 1959. Boy, I really like it. And unfortunately, we couldn't get them funded. We tried. I don't know what I had to do to get you guys to back this. It looks so good. But like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Let me see here. We failed to get that funded. And I still think about that sometimes. And I wet the bed, you know. I go to sleep and I'm like, oh no, I wet the bed, you know, because I couldn't get that funded. Shane, that ever happened to you?
No.
Thanks, Shane.
I mean, I hate to leave you out there on the limb. I mean, I guess the bro thing to do would be like, yeah, you know.
Yeah, sometimes I nocturnally urinate when I think about how I didn't help somebody I've never met before get their comic book funded. You know, that would have been a nice thing for you to say.
What was that whole thing you used to do back in the day? Like, if you were fucking with like your brother, or
Heroin.
something, you put their hand in a bowl of water. No, you put their hand in a bowl of warm water if they're sleeping, and then that would cause them to urinate. Did that really work?
I don't know. I do know that I had a lot of brothers, and it would be really hot New Jersey summer nights. I've said this before. We would unwrap a bunch of Hershey Kisses and we'd stick them down the back of like one of my little brother's pants when he was sleeping. Yeah. And he would wake up the next morning and the chocolate would have melted, and he'd think that he shit his pants overnight. We'd be like, what's wrong? Like what's the matter? How come you're walking like that?
Oh, I'm so glad I don't have siblings.
Yeah, it was good times. Gold Arrow Comics. Let me see this trailer and see if it's better.
Hey, you didn't share screen.
Oh, I didn't share the. Oh, hold on. Damn, this new there we go.
Nice logo.
Mikhail. Oh, there she is.
I love the use of, what is that, duotone paper?
Zipatone.
Not
Zipatone?
anymore.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
don't make it. They're doing that in Photoshop. But yeah, duotone
Yeah, probably.
or Zipatone. Yeah.
Whatever Eastman and Laird used back in the day. That I love that. I absolutely love that.
Yeah,
A duotone was weird. It was like a type of paper. You had two chemicals you had to roll across it, like with a brush, and it would pull either horizontal or vertical lines up. Like that. Then Zipatone was like this. It was like a plastic acetate with dots. Like manga type Zipatone. They don't make that anymore either. I don't think it's all Photoshop now, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame. It doesn't look the same in Photoshop.
No. The best Zipatone, if you got a sheet of it, was the white Zipatone, the white dots.
Nice.
That was high. That was top shelf Zipatone.
You prefer the white dots?
The white dot, yes. That way you could do white dots on black rather
on
than
black
dots on white.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Zipatone used to be able to buy sheets of it at art supply stores, and I did. There are a couple issues of Cyberfrog where the problem is you have to take an X-Acto knife, lay it over there, and cut like where you're going to put it. It really is way more work than it's worth to do Zipatone. It's just very primitive.
In black and white comics, I mean, it's worth it because you at least get, back then you could get some tones. There was no other way unless you hatch the shit out of this stuff to get tones. I mean, some of it looked good. Did TMT have Zipatone use in it? They did, didn't they?
They used duotone. They used duotone.
Duotone. Okay.
And it looks amazing. They used it very well.
They used it to make April O'Neil black, remember?
Oh,
right, of course. According to Reddit.
That's right.
After
all right,
2 minutes of exhaustive research.
That was great. Somebody read it, like that was a very convincing argument, and it fucked with my head. Like when I first saw it, I went, "I'm being gaslit here, but I can't tell how." And then somebody wrote a great big article about the origin of this theory that April O'Neil was ever black, and it was so exhaustive and so amazing. They did a great job of completely debunking it, and I'm grateful for that. For some, there's some really good nerds in the world.
Weren't they like reaching as far as to one of the creator's girlfriends or something, trying to make
They
that
did.
argument? Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because like they named April after a black woman that Peter Laird knew, but it's just her name. Like it wasn't her. She was visually based on Kevin Eastman's girlfriend at the time.
She was going to be black. They would have named her February O'Neil, but they named
February.
April O'Neil. All right, hold on a second. Let's watch the rest of this this video here. Look at this. I'm not much of a guitarist, but I can play this. That's when Joy Division was a garage band for a second. Gold Arrow Comics, my friends. Thank you. And the Gold Arrow comes back. Stop giving me money. I want to give you money. $10 says, we appreciate everything you have done for us. Please know how much we appreciate your support. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too, but it's time for you to get money. Stop super chatting me. I will happily promote your stuff. Yeah, guys, support them. We blew it. Okay. We blew it the first time. Let's not blow it again. Let these guys make their comics. And they really look fun. Like a diner sequence in which there's going to be a mass slaughter. I know. Look at this.
Yeah, it looks very Dave Stevens, a little bit Darwin Cook too.
The Darwin Cook stuff. I see that. Yeah.
There's some Jack Kirby happening there, right there.
Yeah, definitely.
There was like a really cool character, very Doctor Doom like, that was in the trailer. I don't know if he's on the pages, but it looks really awesome.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Black Mask or something.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody points out Russ Meyer. Yeah, there's a big like Russ Meyer vibe going on here too.
Yeah, I bet.
I love all that trashy stuff. Kiss Me Quick and all that like awful like. There was a brand called Something Weird Videos in the 1990s. And you'd go to conventions and Something Weird Videos would be there. They had these VHS cassettes and they just collected all of the worst like shitty exploitation films. And the other thing they did was collect like television commercials onto these big video cassettes. And every time I went to conventions, I bought like 8 of those tapes. And I'm completely fluid, like because I was a big Mystery Science Theater fan as well. There was some stuff they weren't allowed to show. The Brain That Wouldn't Die, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. Are you familiar with it?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
They did cover that, but I think it was a little censored, right?
Yeah, there was a nude scene. There are boobies in there. And they took it. I mean, it belongs, like it completely belongs, the boobies. Remember the woman who's like, she's in a bikini and there are guys taking pictures of her going, come on, baby, just one more pose, one more photo. And she's like, no, please leave. Well, she takes her bra off and she's got actually really nice boobies. And they're in black and white. But anyway, that's the stuff that I care about, and all that stuff was collected in Something Weird Videos. Also where I learned about Archibald Jr., who, everybody loves Archibald Jr. around here. All right, everybody, back Gold Arrow Comics. Archibald Jr. is a big Trump supporting right winger. He's on Twitter. He's a friend of mine. He's in Florida. We got to get him on this channel. We tried to get Archibald Jr. to join us here, but he's like, I don't know how to connect with my iPad. Can you imagine like live streaming with Archibald Jr.?
Right. After watching his movies, yeah. You play us a little guitar.
The one you need to hook up with, because he's pretty based too, and he's a goddamn legend, is Steranko.
Oh yeah.
People have reached out to him. He's friendly. I don't know if he's gonna pop on YouTube though.
I don't think he really does streams.
We got to get him to change
I
his
wanted
mind.
him to be on. I do a podcast about the Shadow, right? The Shadowcast.
Right. He did some
And,
really awesome Shadow covers, right?
He did, and I wanted to interview him so bad. I've asked a bunch of times, and he's like, "Oh, I can't. I'll be at this convention and that convention." I think he just doesn't understand technology, to be perfectly honest.
Steranko's did that one really cool piece of the Shadow where the girl's like, is she in a tube or chained up or something? And he's pointing a gun.
Yeah, that's a cool one. Those
That's
were the covers.
awesome one. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the reprints, the pulp reprints he did in the 70s. Those paintings are amazing. And of course, he was the guy who first put on blast Bob Kane and Bill Finger for ripping off the first Batman story from the Shadow pulps and tracing the artwork. He was the guy who put that out there. And they were
He
not too
bitch
happy.
smacked Bob Kane. He actually physically assaulted Bob Kane. There's a famous story that he likes to tell where Bob Kane came up to him and goes, "Hey, I love you, Jimmy baby." Does one of these on his cheek. And Steranko's like, "I went back to my hotel room and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was pissed, absolutely pissed. He did it to me as he was leaving an elevator. So he went, and then the doors closed behind him. And he's like, I couldn't believe it. So I went up to him at the con the next day and said, hey, Bob, what's up, Bobby baby?" And smacked him and knocked him down in front of everybody. I mean, that's you can see a video where he tells that story on YouTube. It's actually pretty good. We love Jim Steranko around here. He's a great guy. He's a guy who doesn't take photos very often, but I had a nice meeting with him, and he agreed to be in a photo with me, and I treasure it, even though we're both blurry, because whoever took it was like this,
right?
Yeah. Still, it was
the presence of genius. He was the crazy shit about his life. Like, he sleeps like 4 hours a day.
Well,
and he runs up a mountain every day, and
Right,
dude, he's
that's what he
insane. This guy is
He says
incredible.
he eats
grows
nothing
his
but
own
red
food.
meat. He eats nothing but
Yes.
red meat. He used to. This is in the history of the Marvel Comics book, the Pro book, but they recite, and I assume it's true, that he was an escape artist. Like, you can see photos of him like with chains getting out of them, but also that he used to steal cars like in Philadelphia, like Grand Theft Auto, and drive them across the border, like I guess to Jersey or something. So
he's like one of the Jersey boys. He looks like Frankie Valli.
Yeah.
He acts like those guys.
But he used to be like a car theft type guy, like
So did
back
Frankie
in the
Valli.
day, like
Yeah.
taking them to chop shops or whatever back in the day. Like, he's got like a crazy background, and Jack Kirby hated him.
That's why
Good. Jack Kirby's overrated. Sorry, guys.
Oh my God, you didn't just say that. Oh my
Steranko
God.
is genius.
We're a bunch of artists.
We were doing so good.
Did
We
you
were
say
doing
Jack
so good.
Kirby
Razor
was
Fist.
overrated?
So good.
Now here's the thing. Now hold on a second. Let's examine that claim, that statement by RazorFist, because RazorFist, by the way, thinks Abraham Lincoln was overrated. Which I'm watching your video about that, and I'm like stunned about it because I know you're right. Okay, I know it's all true, and I know you're right, and most of everything that we've been fed is legend. But here's the thing. You got Jack Kirby, and SJWs have adopted Jack Kirby as their hero. They used to say to me when I was being canceled, Jack Kirby would slap the shit out of you if he met you. I'm like, no, he wouldn't. He would be my friend, and we'd smoke a cigar together.
He seemed like a fine guy. It's just
He was a very nice guy. He was an old guy, but they have this idea. They see this 4-foot Jewish man as the toughest guy on earth. These pussies are unbelievable. Oh, he beat the shit out of Nazis all the time. No, he didn't. Knock it off. He didn't. Steve Ditko may have. Steve Ditko was a man's man, and obviously Steranko would too.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
But this idea that like Jack Kirby was like a Nazi puncher is the gayest. I mean, even if it's true, the fact that it's the gayest thing.
He went. They say that probably because he served and he would fought in
like a
World
lot
War
of
II.
artists and creative guys. He wound up working, but yeah, I've never been a big Kirby guy. I acknowledge his massive influence. I'm halfway to trolling when I say that, but He just doesn't. I always preferred from the early stable of Marvel artists. I always preferred the fuck out of Wally Wood. Rest in peace.
Yeah, Wally Wood.
Genius. Yeah. Joe Orlando, I love. Like those guys, even like John Buscema early on and stuff like that. I was always a big fan of those guys. Hell, Silver Surfer, who I'm a huge fan of. I love the Silver Surfer. I was always a way bigger fan of John Buscema's Surfer than Kirby's. And never mind once you get to Mobius, the greatest.
I'm Mobius. I'm a Mobius Silver Surfer guy.
Yeah,
but,
a big influence on the artwork in our comic, incidentally. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, like out of all of those guys, out of all the guys, even bigger than Steranko to me, Shane, we've all seen Kirby. You don't have to.
No, but look at this Galactus. Who's going to draw Galactus better than this guy?
Everybody. That isn't that good.
Nobody's drawn Galactus better than Kirby.
Shane, that isn't that good. Like he's done better Galactus drawings than that. That looks weird.
Oh man, but that cover that Mobius did with Galactus's face framed and Silver Surfer
zipping by
this tiny dot right in front of him. Oh,
yeah,
so genius.
That's great. What can I tell you, Shane? I in a way, Kirby did some amazing things, but also it's possible to say he's overrated. This right here is the man, Barry Windsor Smith. Look at this guy.
You did. You just fenced it.
What did I do? I didn't fence it.
You just said, yeah, he's a great guy, but it's also he's maybe overrated. It's like I see what you did there.
I didn't do anything like that. I said, look,
play back the
I
tape.
said he's great, but it's possible to say he's overrated. I understand because the fact of the matter is the word overrated means it's nothing that you can control. You can say that everyone is overrated if you want to. If anybody likes them, you can say they're overrated. Doesn't mean he's not good. He is good. He obviously created all of these great things. But when you say he's God's gift to the arts, well, that's overrated.
No,
meanwhile, you have Barry Windsor Smith.
Look, he drew some broken shit. Barry Windsor Smith, another great comic artist.
Well, he was part of a whole stable. Windsor was with the collective. You've got Michael Kaluta, who I think is the best of all of them. And
Do you really? You think Kaluta is better than Windsor Smith?
Way better. And by the way, Kaluta was like the guru of that group. Like they all like deferred to him.
Who was in that group? Hang on. There's is that the same? Was it Kaluta,
Bernie,
Frank Miller, Walt Simonson, or no?
No. It was Kaluta, Windsor Smith, Bernie Wrightson, and there was another one who I'm blanking on. It was like four guys. And people would kind of come in and out, but they were just called the collective, and they all kind of had that Art Nouveau pre-Raphaelite sort of look to what they were doing, and it presaged what a lot of like manga became, and certainly European artists a little bit later became very much in
influence.
That vein.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that
Jeffrey Jones. Thank you. Sorry, Jeffrey Jones was the other one who did amazing.
First trans.
Yes, actually is a trans person.
Ooh, look at that.
Yep. Listen, nobody's better than Barry Windsor Smith except for Bernie Wrightson. Look how great this ghost is here. See how he's transparent? That. Look at that. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, this is fucking awesome. Unbelievable.
Beautiful.
Is that ink or pencil?
But Kirby would have done it better.
Crazy.
I got a chance to meet all these guys. My dad was such a Barry Windsor Smith fan, a stan of Barry Windsor Smith. He was such a big fan, and I lived the life in the 90s. Barry Windsor Smith doesn't tour, he doesn't do conventions or anything. He's Barry Windsor Smith. But I got to meet him. He did one show in New York, and I sat right next to him, and I got to tell my dad that I met Barry Windsor Smith. It's very regal, very British. He seemed like royalty to me. He seemed bigger than life. And I also got to hang out with Bernie Wrightson, who was the opposite of that, RazorFist. You would love to hang out with Bernie Wrightson in his day.
Oh, I'm sure. I love his Frankenstein. Unbelievable. Just the pages of that Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. They should be hanging in the Louvre.
I still like his Swamp Thing stuff.
That's good. Great too.
I mean, it's a different style, but I still look back at that and I'm like, this is really solid.
Yeah, it is.
I got to hang out with Bernie Wrightson with his girlfriend Shane, and Bernie Wrightson before he got married again, because he got married and settled down to a really nice woman. But when I was hanging out with him in the 90s, early, like 96, 97, he was dating a very trashy girl. And we used to go out to dinner and we would get drunk. We'd be drinking. We drank to like incapacity, like really fucked up. But his girlfriend was drinking way more than all of us. And she was saying like crude shit. And somebody, I think we were with Rob Liefeld. I could be wrong about that. Somebody goes, hey, you should like watch what you're saying. Or he said, hey, Bernie, you going to let her run at the mouth like this? And Bernie just kind of, like this. And she goes, Bernie ain't going to say shit to me. He knows what side of the bed his dick gets sucked on. And I went, this is Bernie Wrightson. This is like a legend. He knows what side of the bed his dick gets sucked on.
Speaking truth, though. I mean, that was a truth bomb if I ever heard one. That was a bam.
God, I'm so glad he didn't marry that one. He much later, I saw him again in like 2010. He'd remarried and much nicer lady, really nice, classy lady. So it was good for him. But man, those were crazy times in the 90s. Everybody was making way too much money. We were partying. It was like the Studio 54 days of comics, RazorFist. You know.
Yeah, you get that sense too when you literally can have the artist kick the writer off the fucking book, like Chris Claremont and Jim Lee. That situation, like when you literally can have that situation, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, we got to get back to that.
That's full rock star mode, bro.
How do we get back to that? Can we get back to that with Comicsgate? Can we basically overthrow? Maybe. Well, wait, hold on a second, Shane. Hear me out. Can we get so big with our crowdfunded comics? Let's give ourselves a big year this year that we're able to overtake, because we're good. We're getting bigger while they're getting smaller. They're decreasing in size. Can we get big enough to take over the mainstream and then start oppressing the writers? That's no offense, RazorFist, but you're an artist too. So I think you dig what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I should mention, by the way, I haven't mentioned it yet. Some of my artwork is gonna be in the book. Some of our
that's really cool.
The hardcover and everything's gonna have some of my sketches, which you can see in the videos that I've been putting up, the Ghost Stories videos. Some of my sketches are in there. I did design the character and do some thumbnail work and whatnot, and I might add some illustrations to this short story that's going to be in the hardcover. But it's going to have concept art from me. From George. It's going to have thumbnails that he thumbnailed out the whole book already. He's got a ton of it done already. And all that stuff is going to be in the hardcover. So
excellent. We're at $301,000. We got another day and 3 hours to go, my friends. Tomorrow we're going to pour it on. This should get to 350 tomorrow. That's what we're going to make happen. Don't worry, RazorFist. We got you, my friend. You can rest easy knowing we'll be promoting this tomorrow too, and we will kick his ass.
That's like what you say when somebody's dying. Don't rest easy.
Nobody says that because it's not an easy rest when somebody dies.
To my granddad on his deathbed. I was like, you rest easy. You're gonna have 350 tomorrow. That's what I said.
Why'd you have to bring everything down like that?
Why is Shane like this? Rest easy.
Is this a bad? Is this a bad time to mention that I have information that could lead to Hillary Clinton's arrest?
Oh my goodness! Don't do that. They'll come. Listen, they're watching right now.
You'll be suicided, man.
Yeah.
It's nice knowing you.
Cyberfrog Dark Harvest. Thank you, everyone, for backing this tonight. Appreciate it. We got past $150,000 on the. Kind of a mini sequel to Wreck Planet. It's just a little side quest here, but you definitely want to read it. Thank you for supporting it. And I also want to throw some more support. Again, I keep saying, there are certain titles here that really should get funded. And I do my best to let people know and get the word out. This is a hefty fixed goal, but it's a reasonable goal. Like $10,000 is kind of what they're going to need to print these comics. So do me a favor, back Gold Arrow Comics spring of 2023. Their books are great. We failed them last time. Failed them. We won't do it this time. We're going to try real hard to make sure that these books get funded and they get to come out because I like their whole vibe, man. They really are like groovy. Is groovy still a word? Or
yeah, I said groovy to my I said it to my granddad on his deathbed. Is like fucked up.
You said things are going to be groovy, granddad?
Yeah, from here on the other side, things will be groovy, Granddad. Don't worry. Rest easy. 350 tomorrow.
You said that was a long conversation on his deathbed, boy.
Well, his hand was cold.
Well, Shane doesn't know when to shut up. Like he's like, be quiet. I'm trying to die. You know. I mean, that's Shane's big thing.
What Shane doesn't know is he already had.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing. Is his hand was cold, and I kept talking. I just should have spoke faster. It just
right. The most impressive part of it is you were able to say all this stuff while holding the pillow above his head. It was very
amazing.
Like, you know,
incredible.
Shane, did you murder your grandfather? Rest easy now, grandfather.
Don't put me on the spot on a live stream like that. Jesus.
Unbelievable, my friend. Johnny Lane just joined the channel. Thank you very much for the channel membership. I appreciate you. And with that having been said, I think I'm going to release you guys into the wild. RazorFist, what can I say? Thank you so much for joining me on my show. It is, I love spending time with you, and I really enjoyed it. I think we did you have a good time? Did you have fun?
Always have a blast with you. We need to do it more often.
I agree. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm going to release everybody, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to read the super chats that I missed. I think we got all the ones that were pointed at RazorFist, so that he's answered those. But I'll answer everybody else's questions. Irene, thank you.
Can I announce something?
Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah,
something special. We did put up our first trailer for Extend Reloaded or Remastered up on Indiegogo, so you guys can go check that out. It's up, so just.
Are you going live right now? Because somebody's got to pick up the ball and run. Shane or Irene, one of you guys.
I guess I can. I'm inking a cover, but yeah.
Okay, so everybody go over to Shane's house. Thanks, everyone. I love you all. You are the absolute best. And again, RazorFist, what a pleasure, dude. I love talking to you, and I hope to have you back again soon.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I will have to.
All right, guys. Everybody, don't forget, if you didn't back Ghosts of the Badlands, there's still time, but the time is running short. Also, please back Dojo Kun, Our Friends, Projectile Reptile, Reni's Fiendish, and Shane. Is Inglorious Rex 2 still up or no?
No, I took it down. Like, we have our sign up now for Extend, and like I said, the trailer's up. So everybody go check it out. That's it. That's the sign up. Like, it'll be the book I launched later this year. So
good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hey, I'm your only true friend now. Hey.
You all make me feel like reading super chats, and that's what we're going to do right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. And of course, those of you who stuck around, you are elites. You're better than everybody in the world. You knew to stick around. God bless all of you. I know you've got lots of options out there on YouTube tonight. I want to thank you for choosing All Caps Comics, Comic Artist Pro Secrets. As we go into the super chats, and maybe we'll do a little more. I don't know. I just hate to keep people captive. I used to be very selfish, and I'd be like, yeah, I don't mind keeping RazorFist for like 8 hours as I live stream all night long. I can't do that anymore. Everybody's polite, so I just want to release people back into the wild so they don't feel like they owe me anything. They want to come back at another time. They're welcome to do that. Hello. Elizabeth Lyons is here. She says, we love you, Uncle Ethan. I love you guys, too. You guys are the best. Thank you, Uncle E. Great show this evening. I thought it was good, too. I really like RazorFist. He is a super talented guy. Like, he's somebody who can write. He's somebody who can draw. And he's a great YouTuber. Also, very, very fun to listen to as he dissects historical issues and also things like... we like his Michael Jackson videos, even though I disagree with them. I think I made that clear, but still like listening to his theories about it. Very entertaining. All you have to be is entertaining on YouTube. All right, these are the super chats that you guys sent me. Rob says he's freaking smart. Exactly. These are the YouTube or the super chats that you guys sent me. I'm grateful for them. And I'm going to read them now. We'll discuss them together, and then we'll see how things go. Chris Faction says, vote on today's CG brawl. I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to start from the beginning here. And there aren't that many. Let me see right here. I always enjoy the SJW Cope when you're about to fulfill a campaign. I can't wait to post pics of Wave 1. The action figures. Yeah, Monday. Oh, man. They called me up from Trenton. They said that the action figures were in. Or they said, we have a container for you. I said, you should have 2 containers. They said, we just have 1. I said, well, you'll call me back tomorrow with the other one. And they did. So I scheduled a delivery on Monday at 11 a.m. And I got Mikey and I think 2 buddies of his. I think Hunter is going to get a buddy to come down. So we'll have 4 people unloading that truck. Mikey straightened up the warehouse a little bit. I don't know how big this is going to be. I really have no idea how much stuff this is all going to look like in our warehouse. Our warehouse, our warehouse echoes right now. It does have a lot of stuff in it, but there's still room. So I think Andrea panics at like crowded things. She's like, I'm like, babe, we bought all this space. We're going to fill it with product. You understand? Like, I don't want to. We're paying enough. We're going to fill this thing with product so that we can sell stuff. This is how we make a living. I'll talk about that in a bit. Somebody else asked a specific question about that here in the super chat. Anyway, he's saying the meltdown will be epic. Vicky Cope. That's H is for Heretic. Thank you. And then Alpha Sumo says for your Cobra issue. It's not a Cobra. It's just a black rat snake. Phantasmagorical says, hi, Ethan and my co-panelist. Hail, CG. Lombardi says, snakes like to wrap around your arm when picked up. Rat snakes are pussies, EVS. Stop bragging, says J Bomb fan. Pussies. BS Warren says, nothing to see here. Just Uncle E saying he's going to whack his snake. Lombardi says, film the murder. Eric Wimberg says, happy Saturday, all. E is turkey sniping. Joan Wong says, on whacking day, whacking day. Narada Naxamambar says, an 8-foot rat snake isn't scary or dangerous. Their bites barely hurt. You can pick it up with a golf putter or wear some gardening gloves. Lombardi says, will neighbors freak out if you unload some lead on it? Yes, they will. I don't think people... I mean, even though I'm in a very conservative neighborhood, it's still New Jersey. Juan Wong says, EVS, just call your local Chinese restaurant. They take care of the snake. Dragon meat stir-fry special that night. Stay away from the dragon-tiger combo. Yuck. Diversity in Dragons. Hello, Uncle E. Tonight I passed 2K subs after just 9 months. Shortly after I started my channel, you had me on an open live stream, which helped kickstart it all. Thanks once more to the Human Sunbeam. Listen, Diversity in Dragons, I can let people know about you, and I try to do that, but, your success is up to you and your talent. The fact that you are over 2,000 subscribers right now means that you have talent. I can show people your you and your work, your talk, your chatter, but if they don't like it, they're not going to subscribe to you. Cars in Depth says, how goes the sketch card? Patrick T says, ironically, Uma Thurman played a character in Black Mamba, and you have one living under your stairs. Don't know what studio says, this is great, but get back to Michael Jackson's guilt. I don't want to bring that up again because I don't want to argue about it. Like he's got his beliefs about it. Mario Trujillo says, dropping by to say hi. Razor inspired me to finish my own work. Think Judge Dredd with a little Solomon Kane and Wild West fantasy. Hail Iron Age. Is Ghost going in demand? Says Diano. He says no, it isn't. His plan is to just shut it down and then give it to a publisher. So it's interesting. That's a different way to take it. BS Warren says the pendulum is swinging the other way, just like Uncle E's snake when it heard he was going to whack it. Tony Watt Studio says Alec Baldwin is shooting a Western. On Barcy says Biden is threatening defaulting on debt in 2 weeks. Drive-by commenter says if somebody wants to make their own band's destinies, and what's the usual page, gutter, area dimensions one should aim for? I don't know what this is. Bandy's Destinies? I'm not sure what that means. What is the usual page, gutter, area dimensions? So I think you mean a comic book page, I think. It really varies. It's up to you. A page of artwork is 11 by 17, and the live area to work in is usually about 10.5 by 15 inches on that space. And the gutter area, you decide. You're gonna play with it. You might look at it and say it's too wide, it's too thin, but it's really up to you. There's no standard anymore, so don't worry about that. Alfonso Lopez says, "Hey, Ethan, still a big fan of you. Your art made me a fan of Hal Jordan and RazorFist. I love your channel. You talk like a '50s radio announcer." Mario Trujillo says, "DC already switched to webtoons that they but license. Marvel will follow in the next few years. DC did you a favor in the end, EVS." Yeah, Matt Six Bar says, Alive is Armie Hammer's favorite movie. Let me see. Cryptic Comics says, who was the toy manufacturer in the U.S.? It was a company that manufactures toys with plastic, but doesn't do action figures, but could do action figures. They could do that. And there are lots of people like that here in the U.S. The other option is Mexico. And Mexico is just starting to build up a manufacturing identity, but for toys. They're not there yet. They can't really do what China can do yet, but they're just beginning. Mexico sees that as a boon to their economy. And I guess I'd rather give my money to Mexico than China. Pretty soon, I don't think I'm going to have a choice. But we'll see how that goes. Paul Taylor says you'd have to redevelop the entire industry that's been exported overseas. Jocko Willink has done that with clothing. Yeah, even still, there are a lot of people who just think it can be done, and it just can't be done right now. And here we go. Zero says 2 words, 3D printers. Yeah, 3D printers, and you can do a small run, right? But what if you want to do 8,000 of them, and they have to be hand painted? See, it just isn't yeah. Cryptic Comics says Big Bad Toy Store has a She figure up for pre-order. Yeah, they Big Bad Toy Store pre-ordered a bunch of Cyberfrog stuff, so I will be shipping their part of their order to them this coming week, and they'll have the Cyberfrog figures up for sale too. Iron Age Media, hail EVS, Razor, and Dojo. Glad to see you all at once. Multimedia offerings like toys and such is something I'd love to see indies explore more often. How does everyone feel about video game adaptations and virtual products? We answered that for you. We love it. I mean, I'd love to see video games get made of our stuff. George Lane says Retro Wave, the Toxie game, possible route 8-bit. Yeah, it's one way to go. I mean, that's a possibility, but the question is creating video games that are actually competitive, that are as good as, if not better than everything is, the goal is to actually be competitive, not competitive like we're going to pump out games and make as much money as those guys do. Competitive in the sense that our product is as good as, if not better, and we don't have those capabilities in video games just yet. So we'd have to be thinking smaller than that. But I would like to see a Cyberfrog game one day that was like the Spider-Man video game, full complete model of Philadelphia having been overtaken by the Vespas. That'd be a phenomenal game. Mario Trujillo again comes back and says vinyl figures or model kits would be cheaper. The major hurdle would be the cost of the molds, and hair would be an issue, but hey, it's an idea. Yeah, tooling is very expensive. There's a lot that goes into making action figures. It's a long process, and it ate up a lot of my time. I got to put up people just kind of going, it took you 3 years to make one comic book. And it's like, oh, it's so frustrating, guys. And I just have to keep my mouth closed and just be like, okay, so I got to stop doing this and just focus on comics so people stop saying that. But at the same time, like, you know, I still want to do that Salamandroid toy. But yeah, like my attitude is just to focus on Cyberfrog comic books for the next 2 years, because I really think if I buckle down, I can get Cyberfrog 3 and Rainbow the Brute both done in 2023, and then I can get Cyberfrog 4 done in 2024, and then by 2025 we can begin. I can start the second arc of Cyberfrog, and then also begin construction of the Salamandroid 18-inch. Posable action figure. That is my rough plan. That's what I hope to happen. But I have so many projects that I'm working on at once that it's tough. All of this, and you know, being a father, and you know, Comicsgate, making sure that, you know, I feel like you know, part of my job is also to promote other people, be a cheerleader for Comicsgate. You know, kind of I don't know, just a captain, making everybody get funded, keeping people organized and happy, excited. It's a million different jobs, a million different things that I got to do. I got to cut down. I can't do everything. I got to cut down on some of it. The For the Fans Fest was also a big thing that was weighing on my shoulders, but I really think that we basically just announced that we were going to do it, and we formed a team, and everybody is talking about it in private right now. So we have a room in which For the Fans Fest is being discussed. We have help. We have a good advisor, and I think For the Fans Fest is going to be easier on me than it was going to be. I just want everybody's help on that. And Patrick Thomas Parnell is a big help on that. He's a big convention guy. He's doing a good job. Let me see. Mike Barron told me he wants to talk to Razor. Says Student of God. Son of Liberty Radio says Ghost of the Badlands contribution 6013, 6015, both hardcovers. Long live Pulp. Student of God says Ethan Van Skyver, play Ghost Stories #3, please. Razor knows. Oh, that was like one of his videos, I guess. Matt 6 Bar says, has RazorFist announced my variant cover to Ghost of the Badlands yet? Excited about drawing some horses. Hail Comicsgate. Did you do one, Matt? Let me see. RazorFist, if you love Punisher Warzone so much to the point that you own a DVD display of it as part of your background in some of your earlier videos, why haven't you reviewed the movie on your channel? I think he answered that lofty. Blast Radius says, I don't want to hear about how leftists are supposedly more creative than the right when many of them are getting axed in Hollywood right now and their show's getting canceled. Lol. Juan Wong says, hey, EVS, RazorFist, Dojo, and Shane, where can I find your P.O. Box and emails? I would like to send you guys a copy of my new Clownfish TV comic. Thank you. Yeah, I am at P.O. Box 607, Marlton, New Jersey, 08053. Blast Radius says, leftists in Hollywood today are literally creatively bankrupt, putting out terrible remakes and reboots of the 80s and 90s works from their betters. They try to put out something new like Strange Worlds, and it bombs. Student of God says, play Razor's Ghost Story #3. It's a short vid. I might do that, Student of God. Emperor Creatine says, do you think the eventual fate of Disney is to end up like DC and Marvel, becoming giant IP vaults that just license their stuff out and never create anything again? Might be the only way Lucasfilm will recover after KK. Wow, so you think Disney's just not going to create anything? They're just going to license out like Mickey Mouse and I don't know, whatever else they own. Henry Thrun says, hi, EVS. Have you been able to watch my Cyberpunk Blood Hunting review? Henry, I certainly did. It was a very well done review. Thank you very much. SHS Rebels 08 says, EVS, can you make Shane Davis Inglorious Rex 2 Red Rocket foil? He did promise our foil if it makes over 220K. Oh, I didn't know that. Let's go, Shane. Laserbeam Hawkins says, hail RazorFist. Your Chapter 1 vid persuaded me to back Ghost of the Badlands. How can we get your other work? Hail CG. RazorFist dual Michael Jackson comic, Ghost of the Bad Man, says 200 Watt Studio. Gold Arrow Comics. Hey, Comicsgate, enjoying the conversation tonight. We're currently at 3%. Please support us if you can. Yeah, Gold Arrow Comics, I'm going to do my best to let people know. and let's get you funded because I'd love to see those books come out. I thank you for sending me super chats. Maz Von Matt says, I'm surprised. A Bergman instead of a Mauser. A Bergman. Let me see. Lombardi says, did you guys hear Kansas passed the Women's Bill of Rights, making male and female and women defined by biological gender only? Fantastic. IK 1906 says they intentionally took prayer out of schools, attacked and beat Christianity out of the mainstream, and then went after kids and filled that void with Marxist cold ideology. Richard Slammer says, hello, Ethan. I'm an a-hole of Razor's fandom. Speaking of spaces, the skipper said this. Gilligan, there are 3 types of spaces: space out there, space down there, and space between your ears. SJWs also are. Yeah, when he said, don't think I didn't catch that Gilligan Island reference. I didn't know what he meant, but I guess that's what he meant. It's funny. CG Slum says, ban usury. What's up, Wiggle? James Johnson says, Rockefeller wrote in his autobiography that he took Mao from Yale, then planted him in China to change the country to allopathic medicine. He wrote he doesn't care about communism or capitalism. He says he only wants power. Gold Arrow Comics. Hey, Comicsgate, enjoying the conversation tonight. Please check us out when you can. That's Gold Arrow Comics. We watch all their videos, and their comics look fun. Jegs Dino God says, so realistically, when running an Indiegogo comic campaign, what percentage of funds goes to producing, printing, and delivering the comic, and how much is a profit? I'll put it roughly like this, thirds. So printing the comic, about 1/3. Delivering the comic, about 1/3. And then you can keep 1/3 if you want to. That's generally a rule of thumb. It's not always true. We don't do that. We spend all of it. we get, if we get $100,000 and it costs $330 or $33,000 to make the comics, then we go ahead and print $66,000 worth of material. You know, because what would be the point? I mean, you can take that $33,000, and if you believe in your product, you know, you can make more of it, and you can sell it on a website, you can sell it on eBay, you can sell it anywhere else at conventions. And a comic book that costs $5 to make, and that you're, you know, generally the rule of thumb is you should charge 4 times what it costs to print, to make something. That's kind of the rule of thumb. The way that you price things. So a comic that costs $4 or $5, you know, to print, you can sell for $20, $25. Sometimes if it's a rare item, you can sell it for $50, sometimes $100. Why in the world? You know, why would you just keep the profits from the Indiegogo campaign, the leftover money? It's an opportunity to print more stuff, and that money multiplies. So, you know, we have this warehouse, so we fill the warehouse with items, and then we just promote it on our YouTube show every single day. We promote it on Twitter, and we do really, really well. We make a living selling the stuff that we make. So, I mean, there are other people who will just sit there and kind of be like, okay, I'm going to be very, very careful and just keep what's left over from the campaign. But I think that's short-sighted, considering that it takes these campaigns, you really only can do maybe one of them a year for these big book campaigns. It's better just to make product and just sell the product. Gold Arrow Comics says, we appreciate everything you have done for us. Please know how much we appreciate your support. WordFab Stream says, artist versus writer is a knife at a gunfight. Chris Faction says, vote on CG's Brawl, today's CG Brawl. Florida Man versus Cecil. Casimir is going to the 3rd round. Much love to Rini. Thank you, Chris Faction. Appreciate you. All right. I think I'm going to check in on you guys and see how you're doing here. Let me see. Catch up. Hello. Hello, my friends. EVS is telling us some Comic Artist Pro secrets. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, guys, you know, it's like we're running a business here. Everybody's trying to create their own businesses. And so, you know, when you're doing this, you should realize that the money that you're making from a crowdfunder is capital to make product. You can, you can keep 1/3 of it if you want to. If you're careful with the money, you'll be able to keep 1/3 of it if you don't make any more comics than the ones that were ordered. But I think you're better off long-term printing Inglorious Rex, printing, you know, more Inglorious Rex 1, and then always having it available for people who show up. And I don't know, you know, we'll sell 20 copies of Cyberfrog a day at $25 plus other toys. and that's what we live on. And it's so much money. It's much better. The key thing to it though is you've got to keep making fun content for people to watch, and then use some of that time to advertise your product to them. And always keep new stuff in house. Like, it's like we got to have new stuff. We've sold out. We sell out of stuff. Like we're sold out of t-shirts. We're sold out of baseball caps, old stuff. We're going to sell out of the PVCs. We've sold out of Cyberfrog Blood Honey, the first printing of it. So you have to keep making new stuff and just keeping it refreshed and keeping your business fresh and fun. I think if you spend that capital right, rather than just put it in the bank, you'll make more money long term. So that's kind of where we are. EVS sold out. That's right. Guy from Red Bank says even I'm sold out. Yeah, it's good. I mean, just make enough stuff so that you can keep it in stock. Rec Planet, we don't have that many Rec Planets. I didn't overprint it by that much, but I think we'll have enough Rec Planet to last us about a year and a half. I hope. I don't know. I'm not sure. Enough leftover Rec Planet to last us maybe a year and a half, and then we got to consider going to another printing on that. But because the longer you go, we're going to do Cyberfrog 3, and then people who are discovering Cyberfrog 3 are going to look for Cyberfrog 2. Where is it? Well, it's here. What about Cyberfrog 1? Oh, we got to make sure we have Cyberfrog 1 for them. Sven Svensson says EVS needs to do his books the European way. All volumes can be read independently. Yeah, Sven, in a way, that's kind of what I'm doing, but I'm doing them in installments. Like Cyberfrog 1 through 4 is one big story. Okay, that'll end up being Cyberfrog 1, and that can be read independently. And then there will be the second volume. We'll start with Cyberfrog 5, and we'll build out that way. In order to make a big comic like that, you need to be funded. I got to make sure that I can afford to do it. It's very expensive. It's expensive making a comic book. Very expensive. So crowdfunding is pretty effective in making sure that all this stuff gets done. And I don't want to just make shit. It's got to be good. Look at these action figures behind me. But we'll be unloading boxes and boxes of these on Monday. I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe we did it. It doesn't feel real. It's amazing. All right. Let us. I think I'll just go. I don't know. We got Shane Davis streaming. I think Yellow Flash is streaming right now. Slick Wiggler says, fat and the beard looks good. Not weird or anything. Thanks, Slick Wiggler. I'm wearing sunglasses tonight, not because I'm being pretentious, but because my eyelid is swollen. I got a doctor's appointment. I'm going to an ophthalmologist. I got that cyst or whatever that is on my eyelid, and I've been doing everything to get it to go away, and it will not go away. So I guess I'm going to go and see if I can get some surgery on it and get it removed. But it really is like noticeable. I don't like it. So I'm wearing sunglasses so that when I watch this again, I don't have to look at it. Monday I've got surgery in the morning, or I'm going to see the ophthalmologist. I don't know if we'll do it there, if we'll schedule some kind of quick surgery on it, but it is stupid. Yeah. It's an infected pore. It is lancet. I'm afraid to lance it because I'm afraid they'll it'll swell up or it'll get infected. I'm going to let the doctor do it. But it's a sty. Yeah. Sty needs warm water rags tapped on them, instant relief. Jegs, it's not working. I've had it now for 7 months and I keep doing that. It just is not working. It's stupid. So yeah, I might have to remove the eye. That's the way. Get the fuck out. Surgery for eye pimple. And I gotta let them do it. Whisper Network is celebrating, says Comic Book One. Why? Over my eyelid? What the hell? No, I'm gonna go see a doctor, you guys. I appreciate your advice about me and doing self-surgery, but I'll go let a doctor do it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, Sunday. What's going on Sunday? I got some good stuff going on this week. I'm going to have Mersh come in here. Mersh is a fantastic YouTuber. I'm really enjoying his stuff. And I invited him to come on the show. I'm going to be having more guests come in here. It was great to get RazorFist in here. Mersh is coming in here, and we've got other stuff as well. other people. I think I'm going to be going on a couple of other people's shows. I'd like to get Eric July in here. Paul Chato is coming in here. That's going to be fantastic. He will be in here Wednesday. Paul Chato will be joining the show on Wednesday. I'll have a nice conversation with him. Cars and Depth says assist is but assist. A sty is but assist is but assist. A sty is but a sty. The fundamental things apply when they're growing out of your eye. All right. Thank you. Lol, Mersh, the lol cow. I think he's hilarious, dude. I love Mersh. Love this guy. I'm watching Revenge of the Sis and absolutely love that show. It's going to be fun. So Chato will be here Wednesday. Thanks, everyone. I will see you soon with another video. Have a great night. Go watch Shane or go watch Yellow Flash. Take care.